To Sleu's live broadcast of the 2015 total lunar eclipse this April. This is really an exciting show. It's going to be 4 hours chocked full of exciting content. What we're looking at right now is the view of where the moon is in the sky, where it's going to be as all of these events are going to be taking place. And while this is happening, this is really a Pacific Ocean spectacle. We're going to be seeing this event from locations around this ocean. There's going to be a feed we have from Hong Kong. There's a feed from Australia. There's a feed from California. There's feeds from all over the place that we're looking forward to bringing you live. And so if there's a problem with the weather in one place, we'll hop over to the other. We're going to make sure that you see the moon throughout totality and throughout this whole eclipse. This adventure is going to be quite a fun ride. So thank you for sticking with us at sleu.com. I am Eric Edelman, the producer here and the host of this broadcast. I'm broadcasting to you live from Smoky Hollow Studios in Sleu HQ in Washington, Connecticut. So we have a lot of great stuff here tonight. There's also going to be some incredible special guests that are going to be joining us. There's going to be Duncan Kopp, a film mentor and documentarian, Deborah Bird from Earth Sky, and Sean Hess, a co-founder of Wanderlust, who will be joining us as well throughout the broadcast. So thank you for choosing Sleu as your viewing vehicle of choice for this eclipse. And we are so proud to be able to bring you, the public, this eclipse live because of the incredible support of our members. We are able to do this commercial-free for you. So thank you, Sleu members, for what you do for us. We appreciate you every second of every day. And so, without further ado, let's start talking about what we're about to see here. There's some incredible things coming up, and I have accompanying me tonight two Sleu astronomers, and I'm going to just bring them in here. There is Sleu astronomer Bob Berman, author of Zoom, The Way Things Move, and also Sleu astronomer Will Gator. So welcome, gentlemen, to this broadcast. Thank you so much for joining me here tonight.
Pleasure.
Morning, Eric.
Pleasure to be here.
It feels a little bit like the morning here in the UK. I think it's a late one for you guys.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be really a very early morning broadcast when it comes to the American time zones and sort of Western Europe. And so what we're doing today is we're having a breakfast eclipse. We're having breakfast on the moon. We hope that you will enjoy sort of your bacon and eggs or whatever you're eating this morning through our broadcast with us. And to that effect, on social media, we have a hashtag today, which is hashtag breakfast eclipse. So share with us pictures of your breakfast and also ask us questions about this eclipse. We have 4 hours to talk about this incredible event, and we want to talk about the things that matter to you. So join us and ask us some questions on Twitter, and we might be able to answer them live on the air. We have two great experts here that I've just introduced. We have Will Gator and Bob Berman here that are willing to talk about the curiosities that you might have about this eclipse in particular, and also about just eclipses in general. So ask us your questions, and we are there to answer them for you. But I have actually one question to start this off here, in that we are just going to start the eclipse here. And so do both of you, I'll put this question first to Bob, do you have something that you're looking forward to the most as this event is going underway for this total lunar eclipse?
Well, yeah, I do. I love it when the moon changes shape and becomes weird, because to the uninitiated, it looks like when it's halfway through the partial phase, it looks like superficially like an ordinary quarter moon or half moon. But during the early part of the partial phase and the late part, it takes on appearances that you see at no other time of life. It becomes truly bizarre. And I don't say that just because I live not too far from Woodstock, New York, where we enjoy the bizarre. It really is bizarre. Plus, this eclipse in particular, the totality, we expect it to be very oddly and unevenly colored. Also odd is our screen here, because we're showing the moon's position in the stars that are upside down. So obviously this is the view from Australia or someplace in the southern hemisphere, I think. Correct?
That's it. Yeah, it is though the eastern coast of Australia, which is one of the places that we have a feed. We actually have a couple feeds coming in from Australia. One of them being Queensland, and one of them being in Newcastle. Unfortunately, I have news from Newcastle that it's completely clouded out. And what we've been experiencing right before this broadcast has been coming online in Queensland is they're having a bit of a time hunting through the clouds with this eclipse. And so we're seeing spots of it coming in from Australia. And so those of you who maybe joined our broadcast early as well might have seen the beginnings of this moon from Los Angeles and Griffith Observatory, and they got crystal clear skies over there. So we have a hodgepodge of weather conditions going on. It'll be interesting to see what happens in Hong Kong, which is also predicted to have scattered clouds, as well as in Canada, which has scattered clouds. But we do have a very clear sky in Griffith, so no need to be concerned, no need to be worried. And also, just because we're talking about Griffith, let's just bring in this moon here, because some interesting stuff is just about to happen. Alongside this countdown clock here, which is counting down to the start of when the umbral portion of the eclipse will go underway. But as we're counting down here, Will, do you also have some things that you are looking forward to that are just going to be particularly exciting today, tonight, this morning?
Yeah, well, Bob talked about that beautiful classic red, coppery red color that we see with lunar eclipses. But one of the things I really want to look out for is this is actually quite a short eclipse, and we'll talk about it later on exactly why that is. But the moon's only just getting inside the umbra, the center of that of Earth's shadow, and I want to see if there's going to be some interesting color effects. So one thing you can sometimes see in lunar eclipses is you get like this very beautiful bluish fringe to the edge of the moon during this total phase, and that's caused by the Earth's atmosphere, the ozone in the atmosphere basically absorbing out the red light and causing a lovely little blue fringe to appear on the edge of the totally eclipsed moon. So I'm really excited to see if that appears with this one, given how sort of shallow the eclipse is. So I think that's something I'm going to be looking out for on the live feed.
I mean, there's so much happening here, and there's so much that can happen. Like a total lunar eclipse is not just something that happens the same way every time. There's so many unique individual things that are going to happen with this one, and it'll be really exciting to walk through those. And so at this point, we're going to start really our official countdown here to the beginning of sort of the umbral, the main partial eclipse. And so I'd ask Will to join me here. We have this main countdown period, but before we get into that, I just wanted to say, consider maybe becoming a member of SLU. We have a free special trial offer here because of this Total Lunar Eclipse show, and so if you like events like these, consider joining us and getting access to more and supporting our mission. So yeah, we're very close. We're just minutes away from the start here, but we're already seeing some significant changes to what you might expect from just a standard full moon. And so even though we're not quite there, like, why do you think that's happening, Will?
Well, the moon's just getting really quite deep into that penumbral shadow. But look at Aristarchus there, that very bright crater to the left limb of the moon. You see that bright patch? That's actually one of the brightest craters on the moon. And in fact, here in this view, it doesn't look particularly bright at all, does it? I mean, you can really see how that shadow is creeping over the surface. And as you say from the timer there, we're just 6 minutes until basically what happens is that the moon will start to enter the umbral shadow, which is this darker core of the Earth's shadow. And that's when the excitement begins as we build up towards totality.
So, we've been using the terms penumbral and umbral, or penumbra and umbra. And so could you tell me really quick what, just a simple difference between that is? We'll get a little bit deeper into it in the broadcast, but just sort of a basic teaser for what we can, discuss.
Yeah, sure. So the Earth's shadow isn't just one sort of black region that spreads out into space. You actually have this darker core, which is this what we call the umbra. So the umbra is it's actually a very, very thin, long cone of shadow, actually. We think about a shadow that you or I will cast. Well, actually, the Earth's shadow stretches something like, or at least the umbral shadow stretches around about 1.4 million kilometers away from the Earth. And I think that's pretty incredible, really. If you actually think about the length of that shadow compared to the size of the Earth. I've got actually a little polystyrene ball here. I don't know if you can see that. So that polystyrene ball, that's about 5 centimeters across, okay? Now, on this scale, the moon would be about 1.5 meters away. Okay, so that seems like a pretty long distance. But actually, the edge of the umbra, so the very point, the tip of that cone of that central darker region, that's going to be over 5.5 meters away from this. So it's really a very, very long, thin region of space, that dark central core of the shadow. And surrounding it, you have the penumbra, which is this lighter region, this essentially lighter shadow. It sounds a little bit weird to be talking about, shadows that are lighter, but there is this region. And so we had it when we were talking about the solar eclipse just a few weeks ago. You get the penumbral phase of the eclipse, essentially where you're going and you're seeing a partially eclipsed sun, and then the totality, that's when that dark core of the moon, in this case, the moon shadow, passes across the Earth. So this is what we're waiting for. And in fact, you can already see, look down there in that bottom left limb of the moon. Look how much that's darkening. That's really changed just in the, 3 minutes ago that we were talking about. Look how much that's changed.
And so this is this time of transition. And I mean, so is this the penumbral part that's causing this gradation on the bottom left of the moon there?
Yeah, I think this is probably what we're looking at here, is that darkening shading is what we're seeing is that, the sort of very, very last bits of that penumbral phase, and then we're moving into the moment when that umbral shadow will be touching us. I'm just looking at the time here, and yeah, I can see we've got 3 minutes on the countdown clock, and yeah, so we're expecting that umbral shadow in literally a matter of minutes. So yeah, I think that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing the sort of very final moments before we get to totality. It's very exciting.
It is so close. And so we see sort of this shadow that's creeping up there, and so it will get even more severe, right, when the moon is more in the umbral portion. That's sort of the partial eclipse starting, right?
Yeah, exactly. So we've got a way to go before we get full what we call totality, which is when the moon is completely immersed in the umbra, and we get those beautiful colors that I know we're going to talk about a lot in the rest of the show. But what we're actually seeing here is basically the moon entering the very edge of the umbral shadow. So it will go darker, much, much darker, and eat away essentially at the full moon there. So we've got a little bit to wait for that classic sort of lunar eclipse image. But in the build up to totality, we've got, you can already see, look at that, just in the last few minutes, how that's changed. So it's really dynamic. It's changing all the time as we're watching this live view.
It's really starting. And one of the things that I love about having sort of international feeds all over the place is that we see the eclipse from different perspectives. So, like, Bob was mentioning earlier on that the star field looked upside down from what we're normally familiar with, sort of in the northern hemisphere. And so, if we, get clear skies at these other locations, will we see a different sort of vision of the eclipse?
Yeah, essentially it'll be upside down. I mean, we'll see a sort of flip view, as it were. That's I think that's one of the lovely things about an event like this is that you can see it all across the globe, and we're all looking at the same moon. This is all happening in real time. People who are watching our live feed, our members who have tuned in to see this live feed, they're seeing the same thing that people in Australia are seeing, people on the west coast of America are seeing. So yeah, it's all the same thing. It's all happening as we speak, literally live on our screens. So I think that's one of the lovely things about astronomy. You could be looking out there, and as a planet, we're sharing this experience.
And so we have this countdown clock up on here that's saying like when the umbral shadow is going to hit, but at the same time, this is such a gradual process that there's not necessarily like a strict time when things are happening. There's just a progression, and we're seeing the shadow just sort of speed up that way. And I feel almost hesitant to religiously adhere to this clock, because really we're already experiencing this eclipse, and it's already not a full circle anymore. There's already that disappearance in the bottom left corner.
Yeah, you're already seeing that umbral shadow really encroach onto the moon there, aren't you? And I think that's definitely a good way of thinking about it. It's sensible, because lunar eclipses are very different from solar eclipses. They have a grandeur of their own. They're much slower affair, much more. I think in some cases quite ethereal. Solar eclipses, they have that raw power, that very visceral experience, whereas lunar eclipses, they're kind of that sort of, they have a sort of mystic feel to them. The moon, the full moon is there, and it slowly goes away, and then it's replaced by these beautiful colors. So I think it's one of those things that, yeah, we're going to take slowly over the next few hours and enjoy these live views.
Well said. Great sentiment. And I mean, just to get to the heart of that, what have you had for breakfast this morning, Will, to celebrate this occasion? Happy eclipse.
Well, believe it or not, I don't know if you have the picture, but I made myself some moon pancakes. So yeah, I had some lovely moon pancakes, even if I do say so myself. They were nice. Yeah, I'm full. I'm ready. I'm raring to go. A bit of maple syrup on them. So yeah, I thought I'd sort of adopt my US colleagues and have some pancakes for breakfast instead of the old full English.
Oh, right. Yeah, there we go. And we're looking forward to seeing what everybody is having in celebration of the eclipse on Twitter, on Facebook. Share with us on Instagram, whatever you're having this morning. We appreciate anybody who's set their alarm early to watch with us. I mean, this is the sort of event that's really exciting to watch live, because we're seeing this happen in real time, and there's this progression and this unity, because we're all of us around the world are watching this at the same time. We're all coming in from different places. Bob and I are coming in from the U.S., and then we have Will in the U.K., and we have Duncan coming in from the U.K. as well, and some of our guests from the U.S. And so lots of different places across the world. We're joining in to celebrate and watch this eclipse, which is really, it's a point of unity and breakfast, is what I'll call it.
If you look at the live view, we've pretty much completely lost Grimaldi there. We've lost the crater. So yeah, it's really, in those last few minutes since we've been speaking, it's really progressed.
It's really so dramatic, and just I'm gonna put up this other countdown clock intermittently throughout the show. Which can you guess maybe what this is counting down to, Will?
I think I have an idea. Yes.
Yeah. This is going to be totality, which totality should be very interesting, as our slew astronomers have sort of previewed for you a little bit earlier on in the broadcast. We're expecting some very interesting things to happen, and so since we've talked about shadows a little bit, why don't we talk a little bit about what makes this sort of eclipse so short in terms of we're expecting a really short totality for this eclipse. Like, why is that happening?
Yeah, well, really the moon isn't that far into that umbra. So if you imagine the Earth is casting this long cone, this dark cone out into space and the moon's passing through it, it's not actually going very deep into it. And there's actually quite a lot of discussion online at the moment in astronomy circles about basically, is this a partial or a total? I mean, we're pretty confident it's a total. We're hoping we'll see those beautiful red colors, but it's so close to the edge of the umbral edge that it'll be really interesting actually to see the coloration on the surface. You've got this lovely diagram that kind of gives a sense here of just how thin those shadows are. And actually, it's going to be really interesting to watch the live feed and see really how dark or how light that top edge of the moon is. Because what we're looking at is, of course, the full moon. And so, will it be not much dimmer than the full moon? How much light are we actually going to see? So that's something to look out for on the live feeds. And yeah, this graphic I think beautifully shows that. Look how thin the umbra is. It's stretching, as I said earlier, 1.4 million kilometers out into space. So it's when people think of like the Earth being this enormous object casting a very very large shadow out to space, it's actually not the case. It's a very thin cone of darkness that's sort of expanding. I love this graphic because, of course, you see the beauty of this is that the interplay of light and dark. There's your beautiful solar eclipse that we had just a couple of weeks ago, and then it zips around and we see a lunar eclipse. It's the beautiful geometry, the sort of poetry of astronomy, really.
I mean, it's a great way to put it. Poetry in motion. And I don't want to stay away too long from the live views here, so I'm going to push us back over there. But it's really one thing that I was thinking of when we were watching this diagram is that just a couple weeks back we saw the total solar eclipse, and now we have a total lunar eclipse that's coming right on the back of it, which makes sense with the phases that you have. When you have a new moon, that's when the total solar eclipse happens, and when you have a full moon, that's when the total lunar happens. But do you always have them back to back like this? Because there's some full moons where you don't have the total lunar eclipse, and so is that a common occurrence?
Well, what you need to have any eclipse is you need to have the moon passing through essentially that plane between the Earth and the sun, because probably kind of like there's a question I'm sure a lot of people will think is like, why is it that every new moon and every full moon we don't get a solar and lunar eclipse? Because that's essentially what we're saying here, isn't it? It's why is it that we don't get those eclipses at that point? Well, the answer is that the moon's orbit is tilted in respect to the plane of the Earth and the sun. So we need that precise alignment to make sure we get it. So if that's the case, as it is now, in these last few weeks we had that the node of the moon's orbit, it lined up perfectly with the Earth and the sun, and we got that beautiful total solar eclipse in the Faroe Islands and Svalbard. And now we wait a few weeks, and then the moon comes around in its orbit. Didn't take very long, but it's still at that right point to create the perfect alignment so that it passes through the Earth's shadow. So that's why we don't see it. We don't get every full moon. It's like, next month we wouldn't expect to see another total solar eclipse or another lunar eclipse, and that's essentially the reason why.
And so we have, patterns here, and another pattern that's sort of coming into play with this particular eclipse is the lunar tetrad, in that we have 4 total lunar eclipses at once. There's not any partial eclipses that are sort of interceding with that and playing any sort of role. It's 4 total in a row, which is a very interesting trend. And is that something that is common, is rare, is something that is amazing that's happening that really won't happen very often again? Like, what is the issue with that pattern?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how rare that is to get that. That's a good question. Maybe it's something that people could answer online. Maybe we've got someone who knows about celestial mechanics they can use on the hashtag. I don't know if it's unusual. That's a good question.
As far as I know, there's sort of periods of activity and inactivity where I don't remember the precise number, but for this century, the 21st, that we're expected to have something like 7 or 9 tetrads that are coming up, with the next one coming up in the 2030s. But interestingly enough, I believe it was from like 1600 to 1900. There was about 3 centuries where there wasn't a tetrad, and so it's something that can be rare, but it's not necessarily rare, and it's actually not going to be too rare in the century. But I mean, it's going to be about a decade before we have another one. But it's something that there's more common parts, and there's more rare periods in terms of experiencing tetrads, even though the lunar eclipses will happen whether or not there's a tetrad. It's just a matter of whether there's these 4 in a row that happen directly one after the other. So it's an interesting thing to consider.
Yeah, yeah, and I think this is one of the beautiful things about astronomy is we can actually do the computations, and you can go forward hundreds, even thousands of years in time and work this out. This is one of the amazing things about this dance of the planets is it is something that through, maths we can understand.
And just look at that shadow as it's creeping up there. It's absolutely beautiful, and I love the gradation of it. Like you see this sort of pure black where you can not see any portion of that bottom left part of the moon, but at the same time you have like a darkness that's just creeping up there. Before a portion of the moon is consumed from our view, we see it get darker and darker, and just that sort of the beautiful gradual conception of it. I think it's so fun to watch this happen in real time. It's a dynamic celestial object where some things take millions of years in astronomy terms. This is something that happens so immediately, and things that happen during this immediacy are really fascinating to watch. I love it.
And you've got to remember, if you are standing on the moon, that shadow is racing across the surface of the moon at something like a kilometer a second. So although it looks slow and graceful here, that really is racing across the moon there in that darkness. And you can actually see, look at the craters. You've got the crater Copernicus there, and in the bottom, you've got that beautiful crater Tycho there with those beautiful rays, and it's really creeping towards it. It looks, on my screen, it looks really like a bite has been taken out of the moon. And you can see why, there's all these legends about dragons eating the moon. You can really get a sense of how those arose, because this is very unusual. It's very different from the sort of the normal sort of shading you get during the phases of the moon, which are caused, of course, by the moon going around the Earth. So yeah, it's a very, very unusual view.
Right, and I love that you brought up that it was like a bite out of the moon, because today we are celebrating breakfast on the moon, and so the moon is breakfasting on itself, I suppose, in a way, and so we're seeing something that looks like a moon cookie that's getting a bite taken out of it, and also I thought it was really great that you were mentioning sort of what it would look like from the moon's perspective. We actually have a visualization of that from our wonderful handy dandy NASA that this is how it sort of looks if you were standing on the moon. The severeness of just the darkness.
I know we're going to talk a lot about this beautiful red coloration, but this coloration is essentially what you're seeing there is what a lot of people like to say is all of the sunsets on the Earth at once. And it's true, that's what you're seeing. You're seeing the sunlight refracted, essentially bent through the Earth's atmosphere, and then that's basically being filtered out. A lot of the blue light's being scattered away, and then all that's leaving it is red light. And so that's why the lunar surface goes this beautiful coppery red color, and of course it must be incredible. I mean, we've never been to the moon at the time of a lunar eclipse, but it must be a very strange sensation to be on the surface of the moon and actually see your surroundings go all this deep, beautiful red color.
Right. Yeah, I would be interested to sort of compare a little bit how it might be different or similar to how a solar eclipse is for us on Earth. So it's sort of replacing the Earth and the Moon in that equation, in that the Moon would have the Earth in front of the Sun, while we have the Moon in front of the Sun when we're on Earth. Like, do you think that we'd have sort of a similar experience?
Well, in totality, in a solar eclipse on Earth, you get a beautiful effect where if you have perfectly clear skies, you get something that looks essentially like a 360-degree sunset. It's quite an extraordinary experience because you normally expect the sunset to be in one part of the sky, but in totality, you see it all around you. But I'm guessing if you're on the moon, you'd kind of, obviously there's no atmosphere, so there's no scattering of light around, but the surface presumably would be bathed in this, all around you would be bathed in this beautiful coppery light. And I'm thinking back to some of those beautiful pictures from the Apollo missions of the lovely highlands and the mountains around. It must be extraordinary to see that sort of going, this incredible red color. Can't imagine, I mean, can't wait until we go back to the moon so we can actually see this, of course.
Right. I mean, that should be as good of an excuse as any to get back there. And it just keeps creeping up slowly but surely. This is a really great start to the eclipse, and I just sending out a thank you to our feed partners at Griffith Observatory for sending such a beautiful feed. It's just so crystal clear. Los Angeles is very, very lucky.
Yeah, and we've been talking actually about what it'd be like if humans were on the moon, walking around and see it during the total phase. But actually, of course, we do have missions that have gone to the moon, and one of them, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, has actually had to shut down a lot of its systems to conserve power because, of course, it's solar powered. It has solar panels, and the moon is essentially being blotted out. The shadow is removing sunlight from that region. So over the next couple of hours, they're going to be preserving their power. And also, I've read doing some observations of the surface to see if we can learn something from this eclipse of the way the surface changes, because of course there'll be considerable, I would have thought, considerable temperature changes between the sun and the darkness.
Yeah, we actually have a great visualization of that here. I can bring up in just a moment, where this is showing, if you see in the bottom left, that's the battery power of the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and then you see the view at the top left there, and then you see it going around, and you see also on the left bar seeing how much sun it has. And so when it has sun, it's able to recharge its batteries there. But when it's in the shadow, the batteries are going to lose power. And so when the moon is covered in shadow from the eclipse, that's going to affect what it can do there. And there's lots of interesting experiments, as Will was mentioning.
Yeah, and I imagine that this is something we'll probably have to think about when we eventually come to sort of land on the moon and maybe even colonize it, is presumably if we're using solar power as a power source, we're going to have to charge our batteries before any lunar eclipses if we're on the near side and our bases are on the near side, because, these last a good few hours, these eclipses themselves. So, yeah, it's interesting little thought experiment, really.
Oh, and I'm just getting some information here that we have a live view from Australia. Here's our Queensland view of the eclipse. And it's you see it's hiding behind those clouds there, but we're seeing it right there. And so you see the top or the bottom left corner of the moon is not where the eclipse is starting at this point, and so it's a unique little visual there. We see it at the bottom right instead.
That's right. You've got the Oceanus Procellarum to your right there, and that's the bit that's being eaten out, essentially. And like, just the great chunk of the moon has just been eaten out from the side there.
And so thank you, Will, for being with me and starting this beginning of this eclipse here. We're starting to see the umbral shadow as it's covering portions of the moon, and then we're moving here towards totality. And joining me for this next segment is our film producer and documentarian Duncan Kopp. Duncan is right now he's working on a DVD Blu-ray called The Earth, an HD Odyssey, that's available on Amazon. And thank you so much, Duncan, for joining us today. It'll be a really great, I think, conversation, since we sort of had one just before where we were talking a bit about solar eclipses, so we can have a great a comparison conversation with lunar eclipses. So thank you again for coming on today.
To you guys at Slew.
Oh, yeah. And so, I mean, we were talking last time a little bit about sort of what was happening with your experience with total solar eclipses, where you had this amazing time where Y2K was not involved in the 1909 total solar eclipse. That's what we learned last time. And so it was really fun conversation that Duncan and I had. So I would encourage club members or SLU members to check that out in the clubhouse, because that was a really great show. So you can rewatch it there. I was wondering, have you had any experiences watching in person a total lunar eclipse that you could share with us?
Yes, Eric, I have. Yeah, I have. One in particular that sticks out was back in 1996, and I was actually still a student at the University College London then, and we had a total lunar eclipse that was visible from the UK, and we decided to photograph it. And I'd not done much astrophotography, but we thought it would be fun. And we actually used one of the telescopes there, but the telescope was built in 1863. So really old, really old refracting telescope. It's a telescope that uses lenses to focus its light and collect its light. So we took an old SLR camera and stuck it on the end of that telescope and got some really lovely photography right through the whole period of the eclipse, from the first contact all the way through to the last contact. So there was a nice set of photos there, and we had great fun. It was
Oh,
beautiful, and
that's so great. How was the color? And the color is such a fundamental part of total lunar eclipses. Did you see anything unique when you were having that experience?
well, I think actually that's the first lunar eclipse that I'd seen in sort of totality, and so I hadn't really had much to go on to compare. But it's quite amazing because as we're seeing at the moment, during the beginning stages of the eclipse, you don't see any color at all. And I remember sort of thinking, what's all this about the moon going red? It's black. I'm not seeing any red color. But of course, you only see that red glow by the light that's bent through the Earth's atmosphere, refracted, the light that's shining on the moon. You only see that during totality when the moon is completely in the inside shadow of the Earth. And when that happened, of course, then we saw this beautiful blood red moon, and it was quite it's quite an eerie thing to see. If you've not seen it before, it's definitely worth seeing it. And I think we waited up to about 2 in the morning or something for that, but it was well worth it.
Yeah, that's a. It's really amazing to experience that in person, and I mean, it's. So, did you experience it for the whole 4 or 6 hours? That timing of the eclipse, it is quite a long adventure.
Yeah, that's the difference between a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse. With a
Right.
solar eclipse, it's over so quickly. Sometimes blink and you've missed it. And in many ways, solar eclipses are far more spectacular because you have the corona and the darkening and the blotting out of the sun, if you like, is a really really extreme experience. With the moon, it's more leisurely. You can go away, you can make a cup of tea, you can come back. As long as it stays clear, you're going to get to see it all, which is what we did. So yeah, we photographed it from the beginning to the very end, so we saw the whole of it, and it was great. It was really good. It's a far more sort of leisurely astronomical phenomenon, I think. So a bit more easy to enjoy. Not as hectic as trying to see a total solar eclipse.
That's such a great way to put it, and it really speaks to our sentiment today, where we're having breakfast on the moon. This is our hashtag breakfast eclipse, and so to that spirit, I was wondering, what did you have for breakfast today, Duncan? Did you have a moon breakfast? Did you have an eclipse breakfast?
I didn't. I actually had hot cross buns, which I never normally do. But it being Easter, I don't know why we've got them in the house. So and some orange juice. That's what they did. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If you're watching this and you want to have some breakfast, you've got, as long as the skies stay clear for you, you've got time to go and have something to eat, come back again, and it's not as hectic as a total solar eclipse.
It's true. It's true, and we're just seeing this gradual covering. This is a feed partner that's just come in from Thunder Bay, Canada, and the moon is going to set from this location before the totality of the eclipse. But we're seeing the start of it right here, and we also our feed partner from Australia is coming through the clouds, and we have also the feed partner in Los Angeles, California, United States. That it's been crystal clear throughout the broadcast, and it's going to stay crystal clear pretty much throughout. We see with the weather forecast. So there's 3 feeds we have right here to compare, and it's a lot of fun to look at them, and particularly from the different angles. Like we see this one here versus we have one I can bring up right here from Australia that's going to come up in just a moment. And there it is.
Oh wow!
And so it's so spooky with the clouds there.
Yeah, that's very atmospheric. That's fantastic.
And we also have, as well as with this one, we have our total solar eclipse feed from Griffith Observatory, and which is a stark contrast to what we were seeing with the Australian feed, where it's just so crystal clear here. So it shows how dynamic this experience can be based on the weather that you're experiencing at that point in time. It's really fantastic.
That's interesting because you can see. I'm looking at the one from Griffith in LA now, and I can see. This is really interesting because I've not seen a lunar eclipse for some time, and this takes me back because this is what I was saying. The beginning. It's black. It's totally black. It's as if somebody's taken a bite out of the moon. You can't quite comprehend how it's going to go orange. And you can only see that orange color when the moon gets right into the Earth's shadow, and of course then you can see it. And the other thing that's quite interesting with that color is it depends on how pure, if you like, our atmosphere is at the time, because the light from the sun is passing through and getting bent through the Earth's atmosphere and hitting the moon, and of course reflecting back to us, which is why we see it. And depending on what's in the atmosphere depends on the coloration. And I remember there was a volcanic eruption in 1992, Mount Pinatubo, and we had a total lunar eclipse. And I didn't get to see it, but I saw the pictures. And because Pinatubo had thrown up so much ash into the Earth's atmosphere, a lot of that light that was coming from the sun was obscured. So the lunar eclipse was very, very dark and very, very red. And it'll be interesting to compare it to this one, because I know that there's been a number of volcanic eruptions recently, Costa Rica and in Mexico. So it will be interesting to see just how pure our atmosphere is at this time by looking at the moon. It's quite an interesting indication, being able to look at the moon to get an idea of what's happening in the atmosphere here on Earth. I always thought that's quite an interesting fact.
Oh, absolutely. Do you have any predictions at this point, or any bets you'd like to place on sort of what color you think that the moon might be? We can get a betting pool going on here on Slew.
I'm not a betting man. I'm not a betting man. I've no idea. I mean, but I think that's things that some astronomers are actually interested in, and also climatologists and physicists who study the Earth's atmosphere. So you know, there's probably some good science to be drawn from that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I'm really looking forward to this one because we'll be able to see what color it is. We'll have that environmental report card, and also we'll be able to see sort of what the amazing, really sort of experience it is to go through this very significantly short total lunar eclipse, that it's going to be a little less than 5 minutes, and how that will affect totality. What was sort of the duration of the totality that you've seen when you experienced a total lunar eclipse?
Longer, a lot longer. It must have been. It must have been over an hour, definitely. I mean, I'm going back now. This was 1996, but it was long, and I think it was in September, that eclipse. So if you're lucky in the UK that time of year, we get these really beautiful, crisp autumnal evenings where we can get some really good weather. We get a front go through, you get all the rain, and then you get this beautiful clear air mass behind. So we had really good seeing, and I remember thinking even in London, London's not the best place with light pollution these days. A lot worse since 1996 as well. But up in North London, where the observatory was, we had some really good seeing, and it was just fun. I just remember looking up. The moon was pretty high up. It can't remember quite what constellation it was in there, but I know it was pretty high up. And you could look up, and up there was this beautiful blood red moon. It's quite an interesting thing. I love that kind of these kind of things, that they always give you that amazing perspective of how dynamic our solar system is. I mean, lots of people sort of think nothing really happens. It's quite a slow process with regards to astronomy, but this is something that just shows you that all these things are in motion. And it was wonderful to think the moon is up there in the Earth's shadow. And I couldn't help thinking, if you were an astronaut and that we had people on the moon at the time, of course they would be looking back and seeing a new Earth, if you like, not a new moon, but a new Earth that's in front of the sun. And in fact, I think it was the Apollo 12 astronauts on their way back from the moon in 1969 went right into the Earth's shadow. So same sort of experience of witnessing a total eclipse of the Earth, if you like, of the sun from by the Earth on the moon, if you see what I mean.
Yeah. We were talking about earlier sort of the impression or the difference that might be in place, like if you look at the Earth and you have a solar eclipse versus standing on the moon and having the Earth in front and having that sort of similar solar eclipse, but from the moon's perspective. What do you think in terms of like comparing those two? Can you sort of speculate as to sort of what the difference would be from the moon seeing a quote unquote solar eclipse?
Oh, I think it would be really interesting. Of course, it's gonna last for quite a long time, and the other thing is it's going to go very, very cold because there's a real difference on the surface of the moon if you're standing in a shadow or if you're standing in the sun. The moon doesn't really have any atmosphere to speak of, so it
Mm.
doesn't retain any heat from the sun in the way that the Earth's atmosphere does. So if you jump behind a rock on the moon and you're in the shadow, the temperature plummets by, a good couple hundred of degrees. Exactly the same thing would happen with a total solar eclipse by the Earth on the surface of the moon. You would be thrown into the Earth's shadow and it would go cold really, really quickly, almost
Mm.
instantaneously. Um, so that would be quite an interesting thing to experience. And of course, it's going to last a long time, that eclipse. Um, and I guess the surface of the moon would become this sort of eerie, orangey, coppery color by that refracted light, that light that's bent through the Earth's atmosphere from the sun that reaches the surface of the moon. So I guess it will be spectacular. It's going to be really cool because there's going to be a time, I guess, when we get back to the moon and astronauts are going to experience this.
Yeah, that's it would be a really great opportunity to see that in motion. I was loving just listening to what you were saying in terms of speculation, and it would be great to sort of someday have actual visuals to compare that to. But we're seeing here some amazing visuals as the light creeps away from the moon or the shadow creeps onto the moon. Here we're getting very deep into the eclipse, but with a totality quite a bit away. I'm just gonna bring up sort of the countdown we have there in just a moment. And one question I have for you as we're sort of we're leading into this really sort of this dynamic experience is everybody talks a lot about totality as this amazing thing, and lots of things are going to happen at totality. Do you have really a favorite part of the lunar eclipse? Does it happen to be totality? Is it another part of the eclipse that you really look forward to? Anything we can sort of tease our viewers around the world, our SLU members, about?
Sure, yeah, no, well, I guess I like the very beginning of the eclipse because if you think about it, you've just got a beautiful full moon up there shining away, looks totally normal as we've always seen it. But then all of a sudden you're sort of looking at it and you're thinking, hold on a moment, that yeah, I can just start to see something's missing at the edge. So there's a
Mm.
little coloration change, and of course we're well into that now with this eclipse. So and that's always quite an exciting part for me because I always sort of think, that's the sort of beginning of this fantastic celestial show that we're about to see. So it's, take your seats, it's about to start. The totality obviously has to be the most spectacular because, as I say, you've got this fantastic change of color from what looks basically what we're seeing now on screen, a dark chunk taken out of the moon, a black chunk taken out of the moon as the Earth's shadow starts to creep across the lunar surface. But
Mm.
then you get the change to this wonderful gold, coppery color, which is always a very impressive sight. So that's good to see. And then I guess there's a little bit of a. It's quite sad when you move out of totality because it's over and the moon's regaining its proper sort of color that we're used to seeing here on the Earth. And then, as I say, you go away and you think, that was really cool. I've just witnessed something that is all part and parcel of this continual motion of the heavens. It's wonderful.
Right. It's poetry in motion. It's a dynamic universe. It's something that really it's so fantastic to see. And so we're getting closer and closer here. And so one interesting thing to wonder about is do you have any plans in the future maybe to see a future eclipse that's going to be happening? Is this inspiring you to take another chance about having another long, lengthy sort of sojourn into the universe with the lunar eclipse?
Definitely. And I think the thing I would do though is probably hop on a plane because the weather here in the UK, it's pretty unpredictable as you know. I'm looking forward to the August 2017 total solar eclipse. I think that's going to be phenomenal. And I think, because we were talking about that last time, the track of totality runs across slices straight through the United States. I think there's a huge opportunity for many, many people to be able to see that. In fact, I think I remember reading that the eclipse that I saw, the solar eclipse that I saw in August 1999, up until that point, was the greatest witnessed eclipse by humanity, simply
Really?
because the track of totality passed through such a densely populated part of Western Europe. So, that's quite an interesting statistic. And I think
Mm.
it probably may get beaten, I don't know, when we have this 2017 total solar eclipse that's in August that's going to track across America and other parts of the world as well. So I'm definitely
It's
looking forward to that one.
definitely, that's, it's great things to look forward to, and to really see. And so, yeah, thank you so much for talking with us, Duncan. I really appreciate it. There was a lot of, I think, fun stories to be had, and I hope you had a great eclipse breakfast that we can wonder about it and see how we can relate those hot cross buns to eclipses. That can be our question for viewers of the day. But yeah, before I let you go, I was wondering if you could tell us maybe a little bit about the current project that you were working on.
Yeah, sure. It's another project with the Houston Symphony, and we did a show called The Planets: An HD Odyssey. This is a follow-up. This is called The Earth: An HD Odyssey, and it's available now on DVD and Blu-ray. We've just released it. It's on Amazon, but it's set to the music of Richard Strauss, but also to an American composer, John Adams. And we start off with a fantastic shuttle launch that gets us into orbit, so you're able to see this fantastic perspective of leaving the Earth and getting up into orbit. And then the music of Richard Strauss accompanies us as we take this fantastic tour around the planet. So lots of beautiful imagery from the planets there. It's also got a bonus feature on there, which is really the most amazing shuttle launch footage I think I've ever seen. It's a lot of high-speed footage, so that slows the action right down, and it's multi-angle, lots of cameras all around the pad, and it's just spectacular. And I don't think it's been put onto Blu-ray HD before. So if you fancy taking a look at the Earth, but also this fantastic shuttle footage launch, you may want to check out the Blu-ray and the DVD. It was fun to do. It was great fun. Really lovely project to do. I really enjoyed it.
Oh, well, yeah, thanks for letting us know about that. That's, a fun thing for people to check out. And thank you again, Duncan, for talking with us. It was really great to have a conversation with you. So thanks for coming on the air with us.
Hey, you're always welcome, Eric. And to all you slewers out there, I hope you enjoy the rest of the eclipse. Enjoy yourselves.
All right. Bye-bye, Duncan.
Bye-bye.
Well, yeah. So we're really getting deep into this eclipse. We have a fantastic show here, and I wanted to welcome you. If you are somebody that likes events like these, maybe consider joining SLU. We have a free special trial offer for SLU members to join our site to figure out if they like our shows. We have lots of different shows that you can see from the past. Like we were talking a lot about the total solar eclipse from the other day. You can enjoy that as well, a replay, and you can enjoy replays of this show as well. So take a look at that if that's something that you think you might enjoy. Absolutely free trial offer. And so now we're sort of moving deeper into this eclipse. And one thing that I think might be great to do is to talk a little bit about sort of what makes these eclipses happen. And I'm looking forward to sort of a great conversation with Bob Berman. We're going to talk about sort of the fundamentals here of what makes a lunar eclipse, and why it's happening today, and all of that. And so welcome back, Bob, to the broadcast. Thanks for joining me again.
Oh, yeah, it's very, very exciting.
And so right now what we're looking at is we have our feed partner here from Thunder Bay in Canada. This eclipse is getting deeper and deeper. And also, just to sort of give you a comparison here, we have this was Thunder Bay. And then we also have here, coming in from Queensland, Australia, here a beautiful cloudy, murky view, which serves in just such great contrast to what we see here coming in from the Griffith Observatory right here. It's a day of contrast. We have contrast in the shadow on the moon, gradients of clarity and we have the gradients that are the shadow gradients on the moon that are disappearing before our very eyes. So we're having a wonderfully, wonderfully dynamic show here today. And so, Bob, as you're seeing this, is there anything in particular that stands out to you with this moon that is slowly being swallowed by the
Oh,
shadow
yeah,
of the Earth?
absolutely. I've got a little bit of an echo, by the way, but first of all, we noticed that the shadow is not perfectly crisp, that there's a line of gradation near the shadow, and that's because the penumbral part of the moon, that is the upper part of the moon, the bright part of the moon, the part that's still illuminated, is not fully in sunlight. The part that looks brightest is perhaps 50% sunlit. In other words, the Earth is covering 50% of the sun there. And then the part closest to the umbral shadow is where the Earth is blocking 99%, 98% of the sun shadow. So there's no one crisp line that separates full daylight from full darkness, and that's what's producing the blurriness. And this, again, is very different from a total solar eclipse where it's night and day. You either have totality or not totality. Here it's a gradual process. I'd also like to say that that black shadow isn't really black. It's actually red. And the reason it looks black to the eye, for those of you who are going out and seeing it, and to our various feed partners, is because the bright part of the moon is still bright enough to overwhelm our sensors, our visual sensors, our CCD sensors. And so we are underexposing the Earth's shadow. Later on, we're going to see the Earth's shadow become red, but it doesn't really turn red. It's red right now, but it's underexposed because we're also trying to capture the moon. If we tried to expose for the shadow, then the moon would be burnt out. It would be so bright we'd see no mare, those bright solidified lava areas on the moon, no blotches, no detail on the moon. We want to capture the moon correctly, which is what we're doing. The shadow's underexposed. That's why it looks black.
That's so fascinating. Like I wouldn't expect it. And so the things that we see before our very eyes are approximations of just this actual phenomenon, and we're seeing it in steps away from actually what it really is. And so thank you, Bob, for sort of elucidating for us what it actually is. And I also wanted to encourage our folks here that are tuned into social media on Twitter, on Facebook, particularly on Twitter, #BreakfastEclipse is there. Ask us any questions. This is a great segment here that's coming up. If you have things that you're uncertain about the eclipses, or that you want to know a little bit more about, this is a great segment here with SLU astronomer Bob Berman, where we can answer your questions live on the air. And I've been sort of looking through the Twitter hashtag as we go, and we've been seeing some great sort of responses to like the moon pies on social media. Lots of different fun things that have been happening. So thank you again. This has been really a lot of fun to interact with you guys. And here I'm just going to bring up real quick. It's so murky coming in from Australia. It's quite a beautiful view. Like, look at that.
And it's also proof that we live on a round planet. You couldn't really prove it to the people who wanted to believe in the flat Earth, but the Greeks did. Aristarchus and his friends, Will mentioned the crater Aristarchus as it disappeared. I was very impressed with that he actually knows the lunar features. But it was Aristarchus of Samos, we're talking about a few hundred years BC, who noticed that he was one of the first to really know the truth about the Earth and the sun, and that the Earth is going around the sun, the moon is going around the Earth. He had that nailed down. But the Greeks also were the first to have nailed down that we live on a globe, because only a sphere always casts a round shadow, and you can see our shadow. There it is on the eclipse moon, and look at the curvature of it. It's about 5/8 the curvature of the moon. Look how the curvature of the edge of the bright moon has a sharper curvature, a smaller radius, if you will, than the radius of curvature of the Earth. So from that alone, you could figure out the respective distances, you could figure out the respective sizes. In truth, Earth's umbral shadow tapers like a chopstick, so that we start off 8,000 miles across. At the moon, it's 5,000 miles across. But the moon is only 2160, so it's less than half the size. And you can see it right there. And proof that we live on a round planet. And if you didn't have that proof, our feeds are giving you proof, because when you're in Australia, you're standing upside down, and sure enough, the moon looks upside down from the way it looks here in North America. So we're providing living proof to any remaining flat earthers that we, in two different ways: the shadow that we're seeing, and the fact that the moon has different orientations from our different feed partners.
And look, we've just crossed an hour remaining until totality, until we see what color we're going to get. We're going to see what grade we'll receive for our environmental report card. It's just an hour away here now. We're just counting down very slowly. And so, as we're doing that, we've been talking a little bit about, penumbra and umbral shadows and things like that. And so could you maybe describe for us a little bit what has to happen? There's a full moon that happens, a lot throughout the year, but very few that occur during a total lunar eclipse. Like, what makes that magic happen?
Well, the moon's orbit is tilted 5 degrees relative to the Earth's orbit around the sun. So as the moon goes around, it usually isn't in a perfectly straight line at new moon or full moon. And just to complicate things, Eric, you have a degree in astronomy, so I know you know this stuff. You ask the questions the way David Letterman does, as if he's a dummy, and then ask the expert the questions. But I know you know the answer yourself. But a lot of people don't realize that it's not just the moon that goes around us. The moon's orbit also makes a circle around us. In other words, it's like a dinner plate that if you drop it on the floor, if it doesn't break, it might rattle around for a little bit and change its orientation. Well, the moon takes 18.61 years to make one complete orientation, one rattle around and face in different directions. And while it does that, it means that the place where it's actually going to go into our shadow, where it's aligned perfectly with the Earth and the Sun plane, the node, in other words, is going to slowly change its position in space. And that's why we don't get eclipses at the same time. Rather, we have 2 eclipse seasons per year that are 6 months apart. So we're just now completing this eclipse season, a wonderful one with a total eclipse of the sun 2 weeks ago, followed by a total eclipse of the moon. And to have another total eclipse of the moon coming up on September 28th, that one will be visible from the entire United States. After 2 total eclipses of the moon last year, this is what the tetrad that you were talking about earlier, Eric, this is all a function of that geometry, that 18.61 tilt just happening to meet things correctly, to have the richest period of eclipses in our memory. And then, as if for icing on the cake, we're even going to get some great total eclipses in the years to come. We'll talk about that later.
And so, yeah, great thought to bring up the tetrad like that. So this is the 3rd out of 4 total lunar eclipses that are happening, and they're usually pretty evenly spaced out. Can you sort of unveil a little bit the mystery of the tetrad, why we have that term, and why it's 4? Where is that coming from?
Well, tetra means 5. So to have tetra, to have 4, I'm not sure why the misnomer, although there's misnomers all over the place, and in life, on Earth, and in the heavens. So we shouldn't be too surprised by that. But what will happen this year, right now, and then again on September 28th, is that it has to do with whether the moon, the full moon, meets the node at the full moon, meets it enough to produce an eclipse, or whether the next time around it's going to not quite meet it, so instead there'll just be a partial eclipse. So it has to be just right to have 4 total lunar eclipses in a row. And that's very unusual, because all it has to do is meet it slightly askew, and then we'll have a partial eclipse of the moon, partial eclipse of the sun, and then the next one can be partial or total, and that's much more common. So the geometry just has to be right. And again, it has to do with that 18.61 year fact that the moon's orbit itself makes a circle or tilt or wobble around the Earth. So a lot of different things are happening. That's why Isaac Newton said that just thinking about the moon gave him a headache.
That's there's so many variables that are coming into play here, and we got a question here from gluten-free groove, which they are speechless at the beauty of this, and they're also wondering. And so I asked this question to Duncan, and I'll also pose this to you, Bob, and your thoughts on what the color might you expect from this eclipse? Are there any environmental indicators where you might expect that it might show this or this gradation or something like that?
That's a great question. After the 1980s Pinatubo eclipse, that is Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines erupted and so polluted Earth's atmosphere that Earth's shadow was black and the moon turned essentially black during the eclipse. So you use the term environmental report card. I thought I had originated that in one of my articles actually, but I guess
you did.
I guess that's not that.
I took it from you. I took it from you. So yes.
All right. But that's what it really does, because it shows when we see the color of the fully eclipsed moon, it's going to show us the condition of the atmosphere around the limb of the Earth. Now, if it's particularly cloudy or has a lot of dust in it or Beijing type pollution, we can get a very dark eclipse. If the eclipse is nice and coppery red, then we can relax and we know that's a normal eclipse. And on occasion, you'll get an unusually cloudless limb, and then you'll get a very, very light eclipse. Now, this time, the moon is just going to barely make it into the umbra. In fact, there is controversy about, you already mentioned whether it's total or partial. There's even controversy about how long it will last. I noticed that the UK's Nautical Observatory and the US Nautical Observatory published a 12-minute totality for this eclipse. I have that right in front of me, 12 minutes. And
Really?
other experts are saying 5 minutes or 6 minutes. And you'd think, okay, let's settle that ourselves. We're going to watch it, we're going to time it. But the fact is, we're expecting such an irregular shadow. We think that because it's near the very edge of the umbral shadow, the southern end, the bottom end of the moon is going to turn much darker red, and the upper part is going to turn such a light coppery red that we might not even be able to fully tell that it's in the umbra, that it's total, and timing it to the minute and saying, okay, that's the totality and that's the end. That'll be very different from a solar totality where you know it, when the sun is totally eclipsed, the stars come out, the corona appears across the sky. This particular lunar eclipse is very intriguing because it's going to be irregular, and we're not going to be sure. Just watch and see. We're not going to be sure the moment it ends, because I think it's going to be so close. The edge is going to be so close to being sunlit.
And so this will be great. We'll have a lot of things that we'll discover during this totality and during the course of this eclipse. It'll be an adventure for us with some uncertainties that we will confirm as live, that we'll be able to confirm all these different variables.
And one more thing. Right now, look at the live image of the moon that we have. Now, this is the part of the eclipse which most resembles an actual phase of the moon. Now, a lot of people, if they're in a part of the country, let's say California, where this is occurring, and it is live, we're seeing it just as it's happening, they would not be surprised. Nobody could be blamed for saying, well, that looks like a regular crescent moon. And this is the part of the eclipse that most resembles a real moon. Amateur astronomers, professional astronomers know that there's something a little fishy about that curve. That inner curve isn't quite right, but it's close to something we experience several times a month during the waning and then again the waxing thick crescent moon. But just give it another 20 minutes or 30 minutes, Eric, and the moon is going to start to adopt weird phase shapes that no one could mistake for anything natural or normal or a normal phase of the moon. It's going to have just bizarre shapes to it. And those are my favorite parts of maybe even the entire eclipse, maybe even above totality itself. As much as totality should be intriguing in this eclipse, will be the strange shapes that the moon will assume. But not right now. Right now it looks sort of like a normal crescent, doesn't it?
It does, and I think that's a great point that you brought up, Bob, that we can really explore the relationship between the phases of the moon that we see from month to month versus what happens with this eclipse. And while we see fundamentally the same thing happening, the moon becoming smaller and smaller, or larger and larger in proportion, but it's a different actual look to it. And so let's keep like checking back in on that and seeing sort of how these phases relate to what the natural monthly positions and phases are. And also, I just got another question here coming in from Twitter. It's coming from Q, who is asking, we talked a little bit about this with Duncan, but we can talk a little bit more about it, where it's when an eclipse happens, does the moon change in temperature? And so, this might bring in, a little bit about the atmosphere of the moon versus our atmosphere. But yeah, could you talk a little bit about that, Bob?
Sure, yes. And because there's essentially no atmosphere on the moon, there is a measurable drop of temperature. Now, no astronauts have ever been on the moon during an eclipse. However, the daytime temperature of the moon is about 230 degrees Fahrenheit. The nighttime is about the same number, about 220 below zero. So there's almost a 500-degree temperature drop between day and night, and it happens pretty quickly because of the lack of atmosphere. Those rocks cool off. So yeah, definitely the temperature is going to fall rapidly on the moon. Another very interesting thing that I find amusing is that we have Will on the show, as you know, and he uses the standard science metric system that the whole world uses essentially except for the United States. Because I'm a U.S. science writer, I use, because this is what people expect here, our normal English/American imperial units, which make more sense to people. So it'll be interesting for the world to watch this while he explains that the Earth's shadow is 1.4 million kilometers long, and I say it's 800,000 miles long, and we're not disagreeing with each other. Here in America, if you said that rain falls at 9.8 meters per second, it wouldn't mean anything to anybody. But if you said rain falls at 22 miles an hour, which it does, people would go, "Oh, really? 22 miles an hour? That's the speed of falling rain. Oh, that's interesting." And so it's meaningful. So during the show, you're going to get both. You're going to get the standard science that the world uses and our U.S. system when we talk about this eclipse.
Oh goodness, Bob. So I'm in the production studio here, and so I have the cameras on everybody, and so I see Will's face as you're talking about this. He's not on the show right now, but I just see him smirking over there. So I think there can be a great tug of war between measurement systems that I would love to see play out on this show. And so Will, I know you hear me. Get prepared for your side, and Bob, get prepared for your side as well. Let's have a battle. Oh, Will's got his fists up, so he's ready for this. So, but yeah. This is a fun spot to of comparison, and really a great spot to sort of end this sort of segment. We have talked a lot about this eclipse and what it means, and we're going to go more and deeper into this. What we're going to have coming up is we're actually going to have Deborah Bird from Earth Sky, who's going to be talking with Will Gator a little bit, and so we can see what measurement systems that they use. But thank you very much for talking with me for this point, Bob. I'll see you again later on in the show.
Okay.
All right, and so but before we head on to the next segment, I wanted to say again that the reason that we're able to bring all these feeds in from all around the world is because of the support and the generous support of our members, and we really appreciate all that you do. And so if you're liking what you're seeing, if you're liking this experience, consider becoming a member of SLU. The reason that we're able to bring these shows to you commercial free is because of the support that our members give us. So consider having our free trial offer. We have a free offer for the total lunar eclipse that you can try and experience. And so see if that's something that would be interesting to you. You try and go to slu.com and look up our membership offer and see if you'd like to join. But in the meantime, let's go to Will and Deborah Bird. They're going to be coming in very soon. So Deborah Bird is the editor-in-chief of Earth Sky, and Earth Sky is a great place in terms of astronomy knowledge. If you're looking for something that's interesting in the night sky, that's sometimes a place that you can go to learn a little bit more about that. And so I'll bring this conversation over to Will and Deborah now. Feel free to take it away, Will.
Thanks, Eric. Deborah, it's great to have you on the show. You've been an observer of the night sky for many, many years. Can you remember, really, when was the first time you saw a total lunar eclipse like the one that we're watching today?
Wow. A total lunar eclipse. That would be in the late 1970s, so 40 years ago.
And can you remember what it was like?
Yeah, actually, I was already, when I got into astronomy, I kind of came into it through the astrophysics side, not the observing side. But I was in my 20s and I started dating one of the astronomy graduate students, and he really encouraged me to get out and observe the night sky. And so that just turned into such a wonderful thing for me. I mean, I got so captivated by just looking at the stars. So I think the first total lunar eclipse I saw was I live in Texas, but I went to Colorado. I drove up to Colorado and saw the eclipse from there. So I was really high up and the moon just was so clear and so beautiful. And it's kind of an interesting thing with eclipses of any kind, whether a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse, because people tend to watch the beginning partial eclipse and then they watch the total eclipse. And then there's another whole partial eclipse that goes on, but people are like, okay, it's over, and they get back. In this case, I was actually with somebody who was on a motorcycle. We got back on the motorcycle and started riding back under the totally partial eclipse over the mountains, and it was just really a beautiful, beautiful thing.
It's interesting what you say. You said you come from the astrophysics side. There are two parts to these sort of events, aren't there? There's the beautiful sort of celestial view that we have on our screens, and then there's that sort of element of trying to understand it. Is there anything we can learn from these eclipses?
Wow. I mean, I think that what's so amazing about a lunar eclipse, it's not so much the astrophysics of it, because astrophysics has gone further and further and further out in space into the universe. And so I think that a lot of professional astronomers now would even, question whether to apply the word astrophysics to anything in our own solar system. So they might call that something like planetary science. So the
Yeah.
astrophysics now is mostly like outside the solar system, the realm of the stars, the realm of the galaxies. But what's so amazing, I think, about a lunar eclipse or any eclipse, and you can see it now on your screen, is the shadow, the Earth's shadow, is really beginning to swallow up the moon. I mean, it's really moved across the moon, and it's really beginning to cover most of the moon. And when you think about that shadow, I mean, when you think about your own shadow, the way that if you're standing next to a light source, your shadow is cast off behind you. And now that's what's happening on the moon. I mean, the sun is the light source. We're on the Earth. We're looking at the moon. Our shadow is falling on the moon. And that's all about straight lines. It's about alignments. And so what's so beautiful to me about any eclipse is that you have the sense that you're standing in line with these big worlds in
Mm.
space. And there's something very primal and very powerful about that.
Yeah, I think that's a fascinating point because, and what you're saying about the astronomers might not even look at these events now, professional astronomers. And it's interesting, really, how things have changed. Because if we go back sort of hundreds of years, millennia even, to ancient Greece, lunar eclipses were used for, determining the size of the Earth by the ancient Greeks. And yet now here we are, as you say, astronomers might not be looking at it.
Well, even the fact, that's right, as professional astronomers tend to be very specialized into their own little areas, and they tend not to look at these kinds of events. Although if they're at an observatory and an event like this is going on, they're certainly going out on the catwalks and
Yeah.
looking with the eye. They may not take their telescope off whatever it is that they're studying that night, because the telescope time is so precious and so valuable that they're continuing to study whatever distant star or whatever it is that they're studying, but they'll walk out onto the catwalk and take a look at the eclipse for sure. But
Yeah, I
what's
get. I
one thing
guess it's a
here?
little bit like what's happened in space exploration, is that the professionals pioneered the way, and then there's people like you and I, and the people watching this feed that are they can go outside now with their own telescopes, with a telescope to slew, and observe it themselves, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. And even just with the eye, I mean, I'm here in Austin, Texas. It's cloudy here right now, so we wouldn't be able to see the eclipse. So yay, slew, right? But
Yeah.
if you know, but if you were to stand outside, you would see a lot. I mean, you would see as the shadow is covering the moon, the night sky is getting darker and darker. So especially if you're in a place where a lot of stars can be seen. If you're somewhere outside the city, which, if you can observe events like this outside the city, that's always preferable. But there's a big difference between when there's no moon in the sky and when there's a full moon in the sky. So when an event like this is going on, the moon is going away over the course of about an hour, and the sky is getting darker and darker, and you're seeing more and more stars come into view. So that's one of the beautiful things about observing it with your eye and being outside in the country. If you have a clear sky, which frequently, in my experience in astronomy, that's about a 50% thing. So another thing you can look for. Oh, another
Yeah,
thing you can look
and
for
here in
on
the
the moon.
UK, I was going to say.
Yeah, another thing you can look for on the moon itself is the fact that the shadow is curved. And, we in medieval times in Western civilization, people kind of, perpetuated this idea that the Earth was flat. But the fact that when there's an eclipse, this curved shadow is on the moon is one of the big things that in ancient times people used that fact to realize that Earth is actually a round ball in space. And you can look on your screen right now and see that very curved shadow of the Earth on the moon.
It's a beautiful experience, and you were talking about the sort of how the sky changes and all that experience. Is there a lunar eclipse, a total lunar eclipse that is particularly memorable for you for that?
Wow, they're all so memorable in their own way. Like it's interesting because when you observe the sky over decades, as I've done, you would think that any lunar eclipse is like any other lunar eclipse, but the sky is always different. You're always looking at it from a different place on the Earth. The duration of the eclipse is a little different. The brightness of the moon at the eclipse is always a little different. This totality is very short, and the moon is going to be barely within the shadow of the Earth. And the one result of that is going to be that the brightness of the shadow across the face of the moon during the totality is going to be very different from one end of the moon to the next, because part of the moon is going to be close to the center of the shadow, and part of the moon is going to be close to the edge of the shadow. So you're going to see that very gradated brightness in the shadow on the moon. And I don't know if that's going to show up as well on the video screen as it would if you were looking actually through a telescope. But
Yeah,
it is.
yeah.
I think it might. We'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, isn't it? I'm sure the exposure on the cameras will change as well, because as Bob was saying earlier, it looks like that limb, we're exposing the cameras at the moment, of course, for that bright period. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see that gradient across the moon. Is there anything else that we should be looking out for during totality?
Well, let me say one more thing about that gradient, and that is that amateur astronomers call that the Japanese lantern effect. So that's one, when you see the Japanese lanterns and they've got that gradation and color in them. So that may be one way that you can think about that color on the moon. The thing to watch for on the moon is also just that color. It's the color red. And that color comes from all the sun's light filtering through the atmosphere of the Earth. And so, if the Earth didn't have an atmosphere, when we looked at a total eclipse, we would just see we might not even be able to see the moon, because you can see right now that on the screen that the shadow is really covering up the moon. So if Earth didn't have an atmosphere, when the moon was completely within the shadow, it might be completely gone. But because we do have an atmosphere, and because the sunlight is filtering along the limb of the Earth through that atmosphere, we're seeing that beautiful red color on the moon. So that's a wonderful thing to look for during totality.
Yeah, I love the way that little bits of the physics of astronomy sort of link up, because of course the reason why the moon is red during this lunar eclipse is the same reason that the sky is blue, and that's that our atmosphere is very good at scattering blue light, right? So what is left is essentially just the red wavelength.
That's right. It's like when you look at the moon on the horizon and you see that orange color to the moon, it's because, as you said, the blue light is being scattered, but the red light is traveling a straight path to your eye, so it appears reddish. So it's the same reason. So people often
Okay.
describe it as the light of all the sunsets and sunrises on the earth are falling onto the moon, and that's a wonderful thought. That's a beautiful thought. But this
Yeah,
is a very
definitely.
short eclipse. The moon is going to be within the Earth's shadow for less than 5 minutes. It's about 4.5 minutes. And in fact, the edge of the moon, that limb of the moon that you're seeing, that lighted upper limb, the northern limb of the moon that you're seeing on your screen right now, is going to be only 2 arc seconds within the shadow of the Earth. So an arc second, the whole moon covers about 1,800 arc seconds. And it's going to be within the shadow by only 2 arc seconds. So that's like it's just barely within the edge of the shadow. And it's only going to be, it's just cutting across that very top part of the shadow. And that's why the eclipse is going to last such a short time. Because it's
Yeah,
just barely
we
in
can
there
see
for
that.
just a very short time, and then it's going to be a partial eclipse again.
Yeah, we can see that that real sliver of the moon there. We just got just a few of the lunar seas that are still appearing there. And you've talked about why it's going to be so short, but how long will it take on an ordinary eclipse for the moon to go through the umbral region?
They're all a little different, but I think of them as being sort of a several-hour event with about an hour for the partial eclipse, about an hour for the totality, about an hour for the other side of the partial eclipse. So, and then there's the penumbral eclipse, which were you guys broadcasting during the penumbral eclipse this morning?
Yeah, so we started. Let me see. We started not long ago, and yeah, so we had we got to just to the bit where the umbra was taking just a tiny little sliver off the bottom left of the moon.
Right. And so, of course, before that partial eclipse begins, there's the penumbral eclipse, which takes another about 50 minutes to an hour. So the whole thing can last for many hours. As I said, people tend to observe the beginning stages and not the ending stages. It's a strange phenomenon that when the total eclipse is over, people tend to go about their business, and the eclipse is still going on, but they're not watching it. So it's a multiple hour event.
We've got hundreds, thousands of people following along on Twitter using the hashtag Breakfast Eclipse, and I see that a lot of them actually are sort of looking at Sloo's coverage and also popping outside to see the eclipse. What advice would you have for someone who's maybe this is their first lunar eclipse? How do they go about observing it? What do they need to do?
Well, the great thing about a lunar eclipse is that you don't need to do much of anything. I mean, as I said, it's always great to get yourself to a place in the country, because if you're in a country sky, you're going to notice many more changes in the landscape around you. The darkness is going to really increase as the eclipse goes on, and more stars are going to pop into view. It's just going to get darker around you, and that's a very kind of primal experience. Anytime that darkness is falling suddenly like that, people tend to just wow, I mean, it's very emotional to have that happen. You don't notice that so much in the city because you've got all this ambient light from streetlights and things like that going on. But even if you're in the city, you're going to see some bright objects in the sky. The star Spica in the constellation Virgo is really close to the moon this morning when the eclipse is going on. The planet Jupiter is going to be in the western sky. It's going to be the brightest thing up there. The planet Saturn is up. There's other bright stars. There's quite a few bright stars. My dog is here trying to get on the video screen.
Well, there's lots to see.
Thank you so much. It's going to come up. So there's a
much
number of bright stars that you'll be able to see. And one thing that you might watch for if you're just watching the eclipse during that very brief totality, if you can tear your eyes away from the moon for a moment, is to look at the colors of the bright stars. Because Spica, for example, is a bluish star, and the eclipse is going to be reddish, and that's going to be a neat contrasting color.
I'm sure loads of our viewers are going to be looking out for all those things. Deborah, thank you so much for coming on to speak to us. I'm going to hand back now to Eric as we move closer and closer to that very tantalizing moment of totality.
Yes, thank you so much,
Will.
Deborah.
Thank you.
We were really getting a very, very small look at the moon at this point. It's getting so very, very close to what I believe all our viewers today are gathered in front of their computer screens or mobile devices looking for. We're heading down into that really the last countdown till totality. And as we're getting here, we're getting so close. I wanted to again thank our members for all that you do for SLU, for allowing us to put on this show for the public. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be here right now. And for those of you that really are enjoying this show, consider becoming a part of the movement, becoming a member that can help us put on more and more live celestial events to give access to this astronomy to the public, whatever these events may be. So thank you again. And yes, as we're heading in to the main countdown for this total lunar eclipse, we have a beautiful view here from the Griffith Observatory. In the Australia, we have something popping in and out of the clouds. I can give you just a short view of that. Here we see the similar sliver right here. You've been seeing a view from Canada throughout this broadcast. That view is no longer here, not because it's covered by clouds, but because the moon has set at that point. And so what we're seeing is a gradual setting. Like if you're in the United States, the East Coast, now the moon is set, and so the moon will be setting at a little bit later and later the further west you are. So for example, at Griffith Observatory over in California, in the western part of the United States, they're going to be able to see totality. But you're not going to be able to see totality on the East Coast just because it's going to set before that. And so we're seeing this gradual motion that brings to mind sort of how our Earth works and how our Earth turns and how the moon orbits around it. And so there's this great universal feeling here that I think we're seeing right in motion as we have these feeds that take us across the world internationally. So thank you again to our feed partners. It's so great to have you on board with us. And so taking us back here to Griffith, let's start this final countdown. I have with me here a SLU astronomer, Will Gator, and SLU astronomer, Bob Berman. And we are here to lead you in to totality in these last stretches of the beginning of the eclipse. So welcome again, gentlemen. This should be an exciting segment.
Yeah, I'm
It's
very
great, isn't
excited
it?
by it. This is that part that I was talking about earlier where the moon turns absolutely weird. This is the beginning of the weirdness. There should be a term for it, BOW, part of the eclipse, because anyone looking at the moon now and did not know that an eclipse was going on. We saw something like that in Mark Twain's book, A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court, where he bamboozled the natives and escaped execution because he knew an eclipse was happening. In that case, it was a solar eclipse. But no matter, if you looked up at the sky right now or followed our live feeds here, obviously this is not a shape that you'll ever see in real life of the moon. And in the coming few minutes, it's going to get more and more unlike any normal phase. Although I've long discovered that a percentage of the public thinks that the phases of the moon are caused by Earth's shadow on the moon normally. Believe it or not, a lot of people think that curved darkness of the moon that we're seeing now is seen every month. And that's why you get a crescent moon, because that's Earth's shadow on the moon. And they don't realize that it's its own shadow on itself, or its day-night line, its terminator, if you like. But look at this. True weirdness, isn't it? And it's just beginning. It's going to get stranger and stranger now. This is the juicy time of the eclipse, in my opinion, and also the time in which that black shadow is going to turn red. So it'll be interesting to see, when do we actually see it turn red. I mentioned before that it actually is red right now, but it's greatly underexposed because the moon is still so bright that we're taking a proper exposure for it. But at a certain point, the moon will be dim enough so that we'll properly expose the shadow, and then we'll finally get that environmental report card about ourselves and see what kind of a colored shadow Earth is casting on the moon. We expect something that's very irregular and uneven.
So I have a follow-up question about what you were saying there about the irregularity of this shape that we see now, and then it'll grow in irregularity. So could you maybe compare for me, like the crescent moon that we see from month to month to this shape? Like, how is it different? How do these shapes vary? And what can we see that's unique for this this feature?
Well, the crescent phase normally starts out with first of all, it's a half moon. We see fully half of the moon's disk extending to the 50% mark. And you can see at this point that the arc of the moon that we see is perhaps 1/3 of the lunar disk, isn't it? So that's one distinction. And secondly, the radius of the shadow, of the darkness shadow, compared to the outer shadow, That changes during the phase, but in a different way. It grows less and less curved so that on the day of the half moon or first quarter moon, only in astronomy does half and quarter mean the same thing. But yeah, the half moon or the first quarter moon, it becomes a straight line. So the curvature disappears entirely. So in the normal phases that we see every month, the radius of curvature changes from night to night. Here, it does not, because we're seeing the edge of Earth's umbral shadow, and it has the same radius of curvature. True, it's only 5/8 the diameter of Earth that it started out, because the umbral shadow tapers like a chopstick, as I mentioned earlier, but that it doesn't change its radius. What does change is as it approaches the lunar limb, as we're seeing it now, it less and less of the moon is seen. So as we get to only 1/4 of the lunar limb and 1/8 and 1/16, which is what's going to come up just in the minutes ahead, it will less and less resemble a normal lunar phase. Very weird, juicy stuff. I love when kids see this, because they see it, they sense it. You can point it out to them. They get it pretty quickly that something very bizarre is going on.
Absolutely. And I just wanted to bring in a theme here that I want to bring you in here, Will, with sort of a little thing that we've been talking about. Like, what are your thoughts on the appropriate measuring system to use when talking about the moon, Will? Just wondering, curiosity.
Well, I find it easier to deal in kilometers and all that lot, but because Bob's here, I think it's great. We've got both, so that's perfect. As long as we can all understand what everyone's saying. But I was going to add to actually what Bob was saying, because the other interesting thing to note is look at the image, what we're seeing is just the top of the moon. I mean, when you see the phase of the moon, it moves around relative to the equator, essentially, of the moon. But you can just see the very top, as you were speaking, Mare Crisium, which is that little oval just on the right-hand side. It's pretty much disappeared, and the sea that's at the very, very top of the moon there is Mare Frigoris, and that's almost disappeared. Well, you just don't get that during the normal phases of the moon. This is really weird, and I think it's made special by the fact that we have got this very shallow eclipse, because look at the angle at which the moon is going into the umbral shadow. You can really see how this is really going to be a very tight fit to get it into the umbra, because you can just about sense that the top of the umbral shadow is not far to the left of this image. So it's quite exciting to actually see it. So I'm actually sort of crossing my fingers to think, is it going to make it into the umbra? Because,
this is a very strange event. And I love the fact that Will is only one of probably 1,000 astronomers that actually knows the lunar features. There's very few of us that can name the mare and the or the plural of it. You pronounce the plural of mare as Maria or Maria. In other words, what are seas? They used to think they were seas in the old days. Galileo and his friends, before they looked through telescopes, they thought they were oceans on the moon, and the lunar craters. So I love that about Will, that he's recognizing the lunar features as we're going into it. And an excellent point that unlike a normal lunar phase where you're lit up really on the right or the left side of the moon when you're looking at a crescent, here it's a completely different angle too. So here we go. We're about to go into the period where the shadow goes from black to coppery red. We're going to see how irregularly colored it is. That's going to appear. We're looking at less and less of the lunar radius, and that's markedly different from a normal phase. You can see already in our view from as we go from Australia to Los Angeles here that instead of half the moon being lit up, now we're getting less and less and less of it. This is the exciting part of it.
And I'm so glad that we're getting a break in between the clouds right about now here in Queensland, Australia, so we can see these two viewpoints here of the moon, one from the northern hemisphere, one from the southern. So that's going to be great.
You're getting a sense of the red coming in there. Look, I think the exposure's been changed on this live feed from Queensland, because look, you can just about see Mare Crisium again. So yeah, look, there's the sense of the red color is beginning, certainly.
That's right. And I like that you're using the Latin. You're not saying Sea of Crises. You're saying Mare Crisium. I like that too. The lunar mares are all named, and this is very strange. It's a strange nomenclature. They're all named for either emotional states or weather phenomena. Now, how did that come from? In other words, you get the Sea of Tranquility, Sea of Serenity, Sea of Crises. In other words, it's like an analyst, like a psychiatrist's office there on the moon, or weather phenomena. So you have the ocean of storms, the sea of rains, that stuff. So it's one or the other. It's either weather or your mental state. And that's whoever named this, how that got started is a little strange. One of the nice things about astronomy, it really differs from the other sciences in that there is everything but the kitchen sink in there, and all sorts of wonderful
So we were seeing something that
oddities.
looked like the Queensland, Australia, like moon was disappearing into totality, but no, that was just sort of the cloud formation there, just to give you an idea. There's still a little bit before totality, and we're Griffith being that clear, bright, or not well, the clear cloudless sky over in Los Angeles is a great point of comparison for our other feeds. That's going to show you exactly sort of where we are there. So still a little bit of time left. We're going there.
Maybe we should even mention speeds for a moment. That what's happening is that the moon, whose average speed is about 2,280 miles an hour. Again, forgive me, Will, with the miles an hour business. I know the rest of the world uses metric. That's in no way a criticism. Even the United States uses metric for science. This is just a popular way that most Americans think. Okay, so the moon's traveling at 2,280 miles an hour, and its size is 2,160 miles. So they're almost the same. So the moon is the only celestial object in the universe that moves its own width in 1 hour. And that's why it's taken us an hour for it to first touch the edge of the umbral shadow to go into the umbral shadow. And then the same thing will happen in reverse, the other way. So another little oddity about the moon. And we're only getting this also because the moon circles Earth's equator. Every other major moon in the solar system goes around its planet's equator. Our moon is the only moon that doesn't. It ignores its planet's equator, Earth's equator, and instead orbits us in the same plane that the Earth goes around the sun. I mean, we all know that Earth has this 23.5-degree tilt. It ignores our tilt. So instead of going around our equator, it goes around on the same flat plane in which we orbit the sun. So all these different, very unique things about the moon are all coming together to produce this bizarre-looking event right now.
So, you brought up this great question that I have in my mind that I really want to ask you, or I want to ask both of you, coming up maybe a little later, about how maybe lunar eclipses are experienced on other planets, if there's sort of a similar, because we were talking a little bit about what makes them and sort of the alignment there. But just sort of to tease that potential conversation, to give you guys a little bit of time to think about that. At the same time, we really want to keep focused here right now on what is just the end of this partial phase leading into totality. It's so close, we can almost taste it. And I don't know if I've asked you yet, Bob. What have you had for breakfast this morning to celebrate our breakfast eclipse here?
No, I've had nothing for breakfast. I fed the dog.
Oh,
the dog
no.
has had breakfast here.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
So we have to think of,
Yeah.
So how do we tie this in with the moon? Come on, Will. Let us think. Are there any? I mean, we know dog constellations as Canis Major, Canis Minor.
Yeah.
Do we have any dog markings on the moon? The craters are generally named after scientists. Copernicus, Tycho, Aristarchus, etc. The seas or mare, we know what they're named after. We just talked about that. Any dog stuff on the moon?
I'm trying to think if there are any Russian name craters, because the far side of the moon, there's a lot of Russian names, and maybe they've named one for Laika, the dog.
Like Laika, so, they should name Laika.
Yeah.
That poor dog. They never did it again after that. After the world really rose in an uproar about the first animal in space, the poor little dog that was sacrificed to be in orbit around the Earth. So you're right, there could be a Laika crater. He deserves, or she. Do you remember if it was a he or a she dog?
I think it was a she, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
I was going to mention something actually that viewers might be wondering about the live views. You can kind of see the moon is kind of getting bigger almost, but that's a trick of the light, because I think what's happening is the guys at the Griffith Observatory are now upping the exposure because that region is getting much darker. So that's why we can see once again the Mare Crisium there on the right hand side, that little dark patch. So viewers, don't be alarmed, essentially, if you start to see more of the moon appearing. Celestial Mechanics hasn't gone crazy. I think they're just changing the exposure on the camera.
And
The
our
moon is
friends, our
approaching
direct
for us.
viewers
But
in
one thing I wanted to
California.
add to our conversation about sort of what shapes there are in the moon, I was just thinking back to a really fun thing that happened with SLU members in the clubhouse the other day, that one of our members thought that the moon, the shape of the man, you like how you have the man in the moon, things like that. One member thought it looked like a dinosaur playing soccer, and so we have a member that's sort of an illustrator that was able to illustrate that image that looks so funny. So SLU members, look back in the clubhouse for Dino Moon. You should find it. It's really fun. We have lots of content like that in there. But yeah, it would be really it's really great to look into all the different shapes and puzzles of the moon. There's so much to see. They're so dynamic, and really that it comes to light as the moon seeps into darkness. It really tells that whole story of what is there and what isn't.
It really is, and I'd love for our viewers on the West Coast who can just look out their windows if they have a clear enough view. The moon is in the western sky for them. If they can see the actual moon and compare what they see in terms of color, because remember, the eye is going to reset itself according to the exposure, and right now there's not much moon left. So I think visually you'd start to see the red on that side of the moon. The exposure is arbitrary. You know, as we're using our CCDs and our feed partners, do we want to overexpose the little remaining part, or do we want to start to bring out the red part? That, you know, that's up to us. That's up to our feed partners to do it at a given moment. The eye doesn't have a choice. You can't look at the moon and then decide you're going to underexpose or overexpose it. My suspicion is that at this point, our friends on the West Coast who are looking at the moon directly are starting to see the coppery red of the Earth shadow.
Yeah, it's true to say that the eye is one of the best instruments for observing the universe, really, because it can see so much dynamic range. You know, as you say, Bob, we should be able to be picking up that coloration already to the naked eye.
Exactly. The eye's main fault is its insensitivity to red light at low light levels, and the favorite color of the universe, if you can put it that way, is the glow of hydrogen, the most common element, at 65, 63 angstroms. Yep, well, I grew up with angstroms. That's what astronomers always used in school. That's what I taught my students back when I was teaching college astronomy. So 65, 63 angstroms, that's in the deep red. And it glows everywhere, and we can't see it. You know, we look through our telescopes at things like the Orion Nebula, and we don't see the reds. We see the glowing green from glowing oxygen there because our eyes are more sensitive to it, but we don't see the red. So in some ways, our eyes are absolutely, as you said, better because we've got this great range. We see total eclipses of the sun far better than we photograph them, in my opinion. I think the visual view, because we see that great range, we see the corona leaping across the sky with its full range from bright inner corona to dimmer outer corona, and photographs only capture one part or the other because it overexposes or underexposes different parts. But here on the moon, we're seeing examples of what's going on. Look at this live view. Not much left of the moon, is there?
It's amazing, isn't it?
It's amazing that we have this precise countdown, too, that we know when these things are going to happen. And so how do we actually figure that out? How do we get that precise timing?
Well, back in the old days of slide rules and calculations and tables, I remember in the ancient ways, when we studied this in school, we'd use tables and have to actually calculate it ourselves. I don't know, Will and Eric, you've been getting your astronomy degrees much more recently than I have. I don't know if you still have to do this or whether you just can use computers these days and save yourselves the trouble. So how is it done these days? Probably just very easily with computers.
Well,
Right?
I have to say, one of the publications I got many years ago was a book by a very famous eclipse expert called Fred Espenak, and it's essentially the canon of eclipses going literally millennia into the future. And so that is the incredible thing about astronomy, is you can just do the computations and then you have these times and these dates going hundreds of years in the future. So I've never done any of these calculations myself, but thankfully people like Fred Espenak have. And that,
Yeah.
it's like Eric was
Yep,
saying,
yep,
it is
yep.
remarkable that
I
we
know
can
Fred
time these
personally.
things.
You know what he once did in Africa during a total eclipse? Will he had the sun just in one little break of sky, and he ran at full speed to try to keep the sun in that little patch between clouds. He ran through fields in Africa as fast as he could, and he ran as fast as the clouds and managed to see the entire totality by running under it.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
I mean,
Just to
Wow,
give you a
look at
report,
that.
we just got the feedback from Griffith, and look, there's just this incredible transition that is just occurring. We're getting so close to this pivotal moment. We see this bright sliver at the top of the moon that is just slowly going away, and it's really, we see the reddish tinge at the bottom, and I think our Griffith Observatory partners are doing an excellent job in just sort of accenting this transition. Just look at that.
They really are. And I like the magnification, too, that we're seeing in all of our feed partners. I think it's the perfect magnification because you want the moon to look about this big. You want to have some nice black space around it. I think for sheer drama, aesthetically, this is perfect. You don't want to zoom in too close. You don't want to make the moon too small. This is just about as good. What's odd to me here, and Will, I'm sure you'll agree, is that we're seeing the last bit of sunlight, sure, but the upper third of the moon almost looks like it's covered with ice. So unless something weird has happened to it in the last hour or two, that's sort of a sort of an odd little effect, isn't it?
I'm wondering what we're seeing here is what I was talking about earlier, is that lovely sort of turquoisey blue light that you often get around the edge of the umbra, because we've talked a lot on the webcast about how that red color comes from the fact that the Earth's atmosphere basically scatters away the blue light and what's left is the red. But actually high up in the atmosphere, ozone actually absorbs red and yellow wavelengths, and what's left right on the very edge of the umbra is often this beautiful sort of bluish turquoise rim to the umbral shadow. So I'm wondering if that's what we're seeing, that's sort of mixing with that typically sort of silvery moon color and giving us that, like you say, it does look sort of icy, doesn't it? Look like it's frosted, like a pudding or something.
And there's Mare Crisium standing out with a degree of contrast that you'd never see in real life. On the upper
beautiful.
right, you see it? I mean, that's pretty much the roundest of the Maria or Maria. How do you like to say the plural? Maria or Maria? What's your favorite pronunciation?
I've always learned in school. Go ahead, Will.
Oh, I say Maria, but I don't know whether it's a European thing.
I always learned in all my classes it was Maria for me, but I do know it's different from place to place.
Now look, we're getting a beautiful red now. Now this is so pretty, isn't it? You know, beyond the science, of course, one of you two mentioned the poetry of motion, the beauty of space, and you were not getting too syrupy for my taste, because I think, if you can't see the majesty and the loveliness of what's happening, if you're only in the science, well, that's okay, but look at this. Look at the gorgeous thing that we're seeing right now live. I mean, this is worth getting up early and feeding my dog at an unusual time for.
Absolutely. The red is just flooding in, and from minute to minute, you're just seeing these subtle differences and evolution in what the moon is, as it's just so close on the cliff of totality, reaching so very close to it. And just to give you an update, our Australian feed partners are clouded out right now. Hong Kong is clouded out, but Griffith is clear. Griffith is beautiful, and look at just what we're seeing right now. That's gorgeous.
Yes, that's really beautiful. And that the red on the rest of the moon is far more evenly distributed than I think any of us expected. I mean, of course, the last word has yet to be written here, because the moon isn't quite in totality yet, but the rest of it has a far more homogeneity than I would have expected, considering that we've got the top part of the moon that's going to barely make it into the umbra, and the bottom part of the moon even that's not going to quite reach the center of the umbra. So I was expecting a much darker bottom and a much lighter top. Let's see if that develops or not, but we'll
There,
see.
there's a lot of different things that, as we've talked about through the broadcast, that totality, as we experience it live, we'll be able to tell. Like there was that conflict that people were saying that totality would be longer than others, and so we'll be able to experience that live and be able to tell for ourselves in real time what this event is and how it's experienced, the length of it, what colors we see, and what that tells us about our environment. There's so much that is coming right up, and even as we're talking right now, what we're seeing is just so magnificently unique. This is not a moon that you see every month. This is a moon that you see for a total lunar eclipse.
And it surpasses, I think, the media always like to name these things. I think here at SLU, we're probably as guilty as any. I love, our SLU founder, I think, originated the term the breakfast eclipse. I think that's really precious. That's a good one. Some call it the blood moon. You know how it is. We get different full moons, and the media like to give it a label, and some of the public imagine that that's an official astronomy term, and then you'll hear people saying, "Oh yeah, you're going to watch the blood moon next Thursday," as if that's that's an established actual label or technical term for it. It isn't. In the last 5 or 10 years, we've seen a lot of media creativity in naming these things, and so yeah, you could call it a blood moon, but as you're just saying, Eric, this surpasses that. This is far more sophisticated and complex and interesting visually than just painting it over with one kind of label. I'm still a little, I won't say freaked out, but odded out by that section on the top that looks so white. Not this remaining sunlit section. There's not much of it. But below the sunlit section, there's such a high contrast between the rest of the moon and what we're seeing on the top. Will thinks that might be part of the slightly bluish light coming from the ozone. I'm looking at that roundest of all of the Maria, that is Mare Crisium, at about the 2 o'clock position of the moon. It stands just to the right of where the first and the last astronauts landed, Mare Tranquillitatis, the Sea of Tranquility, just to the left of that, by the way, where humans, Apollo 11 and 17 landed in that area.
And so we're just minutes away from totality. We're getting so close there. So just keep your eyes on the screen, everybody, because this is when the magic is going to happen. This right here. Any last minute thoughts on color? Anybody want to take any shots now that we're seeing some hints of it?
I was just thinking, you used that.
Go ahead, Will.
Lovely. Go ahead, Bob.
Well, okay. So far, I've been wrong, and I like being wrong because surprises are good. I thought we were going to have a wildly different red. That on the top it would be a yellow white, and on the bottom it would be a deep red. And so far we have a more even moon color than I thought we would get. But we'll see. Totality is still a little bit away. We're looking at a map of where it is. For those who know the constellations here, this is how the sky would be seen from Australia. You see the moon is in the constellation of Virgo. If you happen to be of the astrological sign Virgo, don't imagine this has anything to do with you, since the signs astrologically have nothing to do with the positions of the actual constellations or the actual moon in the sky. So just thought I'd mention that in case you tie this into the events of your day and say, hey, I'm a Virgo, there's an eclipse in Virgo today, maybe that's why my boyfriend left me. Forget about that. There's no tie-in, no tie-in whatsoever.
We have the totality coming in just a moment, and here I have it on my screen here. Oh, look at this. Look at this beautiful, beautiful image. So here, without any further ado, here is totality from Griffith. Look at that. Look at
Well,
that beautiful red moon.
if we're really in the moment of totality now, and I've not been watching the clock, but you have, Eric, then we can start to comment and say uh, some pretty dramatic observations. One, remember in our discussions before the show, Will and Eric, I mentioned that even we might not be able to time totality or say how many minutes it lasted because the north part of the moon, the top part of the moon, is going to be so close to the edge of the umbral shadow. Well, look at this. If we're really in totality now, it doesn't look
Oh,
it, does it? It looks like the top edge is still in sunlight. And that's
so
because,
correction on my current phrase. It was just 30 seconds away is what we have. So we're very,
all
very
right.
close. Let's we have this countdown. Does anybody have their New Year's party poppers? Like it's just about coming.
Very good, but it's not going to change in the next 15 seconds. We're the die is cast on this. What we're going to be seeing is what we expected. A very the top part of the moon, even though it's on paper, it's fully into the umbral shadow. In fact, if you were on that part of the moon, you'd be seeing the sun so close to the edge of the Earth that's blocking it that brilliant light from the atmosphere is managing to come through that part of the eclipsed sun, with the Earth blocking the sun, and light up that part of the moon. Even though it's in shadow, enough light is refracting into that area to produce what, if we didn't know better, we'd say, oh, this isn't totality yet, because look at that difference, that extreme difference between the bottom of the moon and the top of the moon. So if this is not the weirdest totality of the moon that we've ever seen, raise your hand.
Yeah, I mean, our clock says we're experiencing totality right now, and so this is so interesting. Like we see that top portion. Is it completely umbrified, or does that
Yeah,
intimate
it's umbrified. It's umbrified. I've been watching eclipses, don't want to admit for how many years so far, and I can honestly say I've never seen a totality looking like this. Have you, Will?
No, I mean, I was just looking at that left-hand edge, actually. You see the little tiny spot in the bottom left? That's the crater Grimaldi. And down there, I don't know what you think, but that limb looks as if it's already brightening. It's sort of giving a sense that, this is a very short totality. It almost looks as if the light is starting to encroach on that side of the moon, certainly over literally the last minute that we've been speaking.
That's right. And considering totality lasts somewhere between 5 and 12 minutes, depending upon what reference source you use, it's the shortest totality of our lives, lunar totality anyway. We can get moon totalities that are, we can and do get them that are under 2 minutes, but for a lunar eclipse. So I think Will is quite right. The moon's now fully into the umbral shadow, and yet the bottom left-hand side is already preparing itself to leave the umbral shadow, and so it's going to get that pre-leaving brightness. And we're almost at mid-eclipse now. We're very close to mid-eclipse. So this is as dark as the moon is going to get. It's as fully into the umbra as we're going to see. And yet, look at this. The folks at Griffith I can see they're trying different exposures because they probably can't believe this themselves. They're thinking, okay, what kind of exposure is going to be best here? But they've got it. This is it. And you can see a darker orange near the bottom. I'd say a yellow, maybe we could call that, near the top. It looks darn just plain white. Looks like, there's no red at all near the top. And so we have, as expected, a very uneven eclipse, and I'd say the oddest, strangest, most unique totality, certainly that I've ever seen, at least since the Pinatubo one, which is what now, at least 30 years away. That was unusual because the moon essentially disappeared. Usually you still see the moon during totality, but because of the volcanic eruption, that was an extremely dark eclipse. But certainly in 30 years or so, this is the strangest eclipse, the strangest total eclipse, and we're looking at it live. Unlike, we've mentioned this before, but an eclipse of the sun happens at different times for different places because the moon's shadow travels along Earth and so it depends upon where you are, what time it happens. Not so here. The moon goes into Earth shadow at the same moment for all observers. So as we switch from our feed partners in Australia to, well, Canada has set now, to Canada, to Los Angeles area, it's the same moment for all observers. So we're seeing this live just as it's happening.
It's absolutely, absolutely gorgeous. Like, I mean, you really put a name to it, where you have the red at the bottom, you have the yellow in the middle there, and the top being like, it's like the ice caps up there. And I mean, like, what is this? Is this the rainbow eclipse? I don't, I can't even think of a name for it, because this is, it's not like the blood moon that we're so familiar with expecting, that sort of deep red that covers the whole moon. This is so fantastically unique. And so thank you, everybody, for watching this with SLU Live. This is really an experience to be.
And,
really...
another thing we could point out is that the midpoint of the eclipse, which is where we are, also occurs at the moment of the full moon. So we're seeing the moon as round as it can possibly be, and it just so happens that the moon is the roundest visual object we ever see. Well, the sun is tied with it, meaning that of its 2,160-mile diameter, it's only out of round by 4 miles, or 1 part in 500, far less than the eye can possibly see. So if you were drawing a circle using a protractor, remember those from high school? You make it with a pointy edge. Ever stab yourself with the edge of a protractor? Sure you have. We all have. So you draw as perfect a circle as you can, and that's what we're seeing. We're seeing the moment of the full moon, and it just happens to be a very round moon. They're not all round. Objects in the universe can vary and be a little squashed, but our moon, considering that it's so close to Earth, 81 times less massive and less than 1/2 of our density, you would think that Earth would act on it and squash it and pull it, but it's more sturdily built than it has any right to be. So it's really maintaining a nice round shape. Perfect roundness right now.
Everything is happening just right about now. The full moon, the beautiful gradations of color. Just soak this in. To all of you out in the world, to the SLU members, enjoy this beauty. Really, I mean, it's incredible.
We also have a very, very privileged position here looking at it on the Earth, but I like to imagine come sort of 30, 40, maybe even 50 years from now, what's it going to be like when we have the first live pictures from the surface of the moon during one of these eclipses? Eric, you used a lovely phrase earlier, we're on the cliff of totality, when we were waiting to go into totality. And I wonder, what's it going to be like when we've got astronauts, bouncing around the lunar surface, looking out over a landscape, watching that shadow approach, and then being bathed in this incredible light? Because it's one of those sights that I don't think we've really yet got to experience. I mean, we've seen rovers on Mars, and they've seen shadows racing across the surface, but a lunar eclipse live from the surface of the moon, I think that would be an absolutely incredible experience looking back at the Earth.
Oh,
And
yeah, I
I'm
think
sure
that's...
we'll do it probably privately. There'll probably be some private companies that will be offering rich folks, trips to the moon.
And that can be
seems
another
to be the
goal
way
for
we're
SLU.
going now.
In that we can give that, maybe we can be the ones that are giving you a live feed from the moon of what totality would look like. So let's go to infinity and beyond, gentlemen.
I think that's great. I'll volunteer for the outside broadcast. as long as I've got some sandwiches. A packed lunch
Would you
on me.
really do that, Will? Would you really? Are you really brave enough to be an astronaut? That's dangerous stuff.
It is dangerous. It is dangerous. Yeah, I think I'd like it. I think I'd certainly like it, as long as I had a packed lunch and maybe a few good books.
You're braver than I am. I'm a pilot and airplane owner, and I'm not afraid to leave the surface of the Earth, but I think those astronauts have courage. They have bravery that's beyond what I can even imagine. The space shuttle, remember, had a 1 chance in 74 of blowing up every time it took off. And yet these folks would knowingly, and they knew that, and yet they get into it every time. So, our hats off to them.
Oh,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
just to make a quick note here, this is about the time that people were saying, the 5-minuters were saying, and about this was how long that the total lunar eclipse would last. So what are your thoughts? Do you think that it's about
No, it's
totality is
still
about
nope,
done?
nope. It's still going on. You can see that
Mm.
the end of the totality will not occur on the top. It's going to occur. It's sliding through. Well, it's so hard to tell because the top of that darn moon, the edge of the moon, is so bright that it's pretty indistinguishable from full sunlight. And I was mentioning earlier, and nothing has changed my mind since then, that this would be an extremely hard totality to time visually with a stopwatch.
Yeah, we don't want a sort of schism in the astronomical community, people believing in like 5 minutes and 12 minutes. I mean, I think we've got to be very careful making conclusions just from the live feed, because as Bob says, I think what we're seeing here is the exposure for totality. So it will be really interesting, actually, because I was talking to Deborah earlier about what science we can do. Maybe this is one of those little strange things, those little quirks that actually is going to need a little bit more research to really understand what's going on here, because as you can see, as you say, Eric, we're at 5 minutes, and this is still a beautiful view of what looks mostly totally eclipsed moon.
Yeah. Yep.
Right.
And we all know that the main published figures were 5 to 6 minutes. My Bible has always been, and you'll like this fact, Will, has been the yearly publication. It's jointly published by the Nautical Almanac Office and the U.S. Naval Observatory and Her Majesty's Nautical Almanac Office, the United Kingdom Hydrographic Office. These are astronomical phenomena for the year 2015. It's very technical. I've always trusted them above the rest, and they insist that this was a 12-minute totality, even though we've been seeing 5 minutes elsewhere. And so far, what I'm seeing is I'm going to still vote with these guys or women.
Yeah, it's
So,
interesting,
we'll
isn't it?
see.
Because that bright limb doesn't appear to have changed in size that much just on these images. So yeah.
And
so
and the color is, of course, coppery. People talk about the red. This is commonly done in astronomy where the word red is thrown out. You often hear about red giant stars, red supergiants like Antares or Betelgeuse. But if you took a paint swatch from a paint store and held it up to these stars, the true color of all these red stars is just on the orange side of yellow. I mean, honestly speaking, they're not even close to red. And the deepest red stars are kind of pumpkin colored. So you don't really get reds in stars. You get yellow oranges. Even we could see this on our own slew images. Many of our members look at we look at this all the time. So the moon, the honest color here, if we're going to characterize it and give it a color, normally we say coppery red for a totally eclipsed moon. If it's normal, if our atmosphere is not doing strange things, I think we can say that this is a good environmental report card about Earth's atmosphere right now. This is the kind of color we want to see if we know that the air is still breathable and not too dusty. And this is a nice color, but how would you characterize it? I'm not sure even orange is the right word. Maybe coppery is the right word. What do you think?
I was just thinking that we're quite a strange bunch, us astronomers, aren't we? Because we call a lot of things red, like you say, and then we call everything that isn't hydrogen and helium a metal. So maybe we're not the best people to judge it. Maybe we should get some artists, to sort of give their impression. I mean, I think it's one of those things that is very subjective, isn't it? Color and light in astronomy.
Yeah, and we could use some artists and poets on the IAU's naming committee. I mean, we call that giant hurricane storm on Jupiter that's twice the size of Earth. What do we call this thing? The red spot. We live in this city of galaxies, and what do we call it? The local group. The rings of Saturn, among the most magnificent things on Earth. They're named A, B, and C. So yeah, you're right. We could use some artists and poets in our naming schemes, but it's still wonderfully flamboyant. How you just pointed out that everything but hydrogen and helium are metals. We call stars red. The sun is often listed as a yellow star. You'll even find some textbooks that say spectral class G stars like the sun are yellow. Well, it's nonsense. Astronauts and high-altitude balloonists will all tell you that the sun's true color is as white as snow. So an early G-type star, G0, G1, is pure white. It's not yellow. And, the sun looks yellowish only because some of the blue has been robbed from it on its way to our eyes to give us our blue sky. So the blue sky creates the yellow sun. The yellow sun goes with the blue sky. But once you get above the atmosphere, the true color of the sun is white. In fact, if you ever really want to see the true color of the sun that astronauts see, just look at snow on a clear day, because then you get the blue sky reflecting off the sun and the slightly yellowish looking sun reflecting off that same snow. They recombine, and so the color of snow on a clear day, that's the true color of the sun as seen by astronauts. Hey, look at this. I think we still don't have the end of totality, or am I fooling myself? Maybe the upper left we're starting to see an edge there. I can't quite tell, but it doesn't look very much different from the way it did a few minutes ago, does it?
And we're very, very much far away from that 5-minute sort of category. So it started about 7 minutes before the hour, and we're now about 11 minutes after the hour. So this is a significant period of time. It's a little bit longer than, say, the 12 minutes, right? That was the outside prediction. So it seems like it might be likely that we're moving out of it, but if it is, it's very subtle.
Well, okay, there's a few explanations here. Using Occam's razor, I think we eliminate the fact that the moon has suddenly jumped closer to Earth and therefore is more immersed in our shadow, and thus taking longer to or that the value of gravity has changed and therefore the moon has slowed in its orbit. I think we can eliminate those as possible reasons.
I'm so disappointed. I can dream.
The moon is spiraling away from us. It is leaving us. I know you guys know this, by almost 2 inches a year, like a broken firework. It's going farther and farther away. Unfortunately, it'll reach a point, maybe in 60 to 90 million years, when it's looks too small to quite cover the sun, and then we'll lose our total solar eclipses, but we'll still have lunar eclipses at that time. Moon will still fit into Earth's shadow. So we can count on these for a long time to come.
Is this something actually Eric and I were discussing this morning? Is because the actual umbral cone only goes for, as I say, 1.4 million kilometers. So I was wondering this morning, Bob, and I don't know if you have any thoughts on this, is that by the time the moon gets to that sort of distance, we presumably won't get a total lunar eclipse because the moon won't be in the umbral shadow at this particular point. But would the moon even be gravitationally bound to the Earth at that point? I don't know whether you had any thoughts on that.
Yes. What's going to happen is, of course, the Moon-Earth system, sharing angular momentum, is as the moon spirals away from us, the corollary is that Earth slows so that a day becomes 1/700th of a second longer after each century. 1/700th of a second after per 1 century. Now, as the moon spirals away, they'll reach a point of equilibrium where our month and our day will be both 40 days long, because Earth will have slowed to a 40-day day, and the moon will be a 40-day month. And so we'll be joined like Pluto and Charon, where you have both bodies in synchronicity. Right now, I think everybody knows that the moon's period of rotation equals its revolution, 27.32166 days. But the Earth also will be synced up with the moon, so that one hemisphere will have the moon in their sky. Probably property values will be higher, their real estate values, because realtors can say, you'll see the moon from your house. The other side will never see the moon. And that would be the end of the story, except the sun has something to say about this. And what will happen from that point on is that the sun will continue to slow the Earth, and then you'll have a change so that the moon is brought closer to us. At that point, the leaving us changes, the sun starts calling the shots, and then the moon spirals closer and closer to us until it gets so close within the Roche limit that we have rings like Saturn's, and the moon breaks up into millions of pieces, and we get a beautiful ring, and that's the ultimate fate. So everything it does is going to be beautiful. You know, that'll be some billions of years from now before we have a ring. So that's not anything to mark on the calendar. But you know, pretty stuff. Moon's always going to do good stuff to us, I think.
Absolutely. And I mean, we keep looking at this moon, and it's so tough to see uh, when this transition is happening, and it speaks towards, I think, our experience that we've had throughout this whole event, in that we had a sort of a countdown to the beginning of the eclipse where we could already see a subtle shadow from the penumbra sort of influencing the bottom left corner of the moon. And as it ate away at the appearance of the moon from our view, it was this subtle growth. And it was nothing that was ever sharp or defined. So we're always seeing gradations and nothing that is just black and white. Shades of just subtlety, so to speak.
Well said. That's really well said. And subtlety is not anything that we handle well, especially in Western civilization. We generally like to just put a word on it, blood moon. But you're saying it. It's much more complex and much more interesting, visually sophisticated than a single word could capture, I think. It's very interesting. It's like when you go to the equator and go to the monuments near Quito, Ecuador, they have this blaring loud salsa music because, you know, Latin countries have this distrust of silence, and everything is, you know, there's like loud around here. Well, we have a distrust of complexity. So, you know, we tend to want to simplify things, but as we've seen here at SLU, and our SLU members, I'm sure, are enjoying, this is a much more interesting and complex event than the simplicity that some of the media may attach to it.
Absolutely. And what I'm loving here is just the response that we're receiving on Twitter, how it's sparking the imagination of the people that are watching this event, that people are coining new thoughts for the color that they're seeing. Like somebody's saying, oh, this looks rusty, or maybe it's, you know, blood orange, or things like that. And so this being faced with this difference, with this complexity, is creating this, you know, intrigue and interest in people watching to explore it further. So while, you know, there is this, you know, way in the media to just very much box it in, we have these curious people. We have a curious audience. We have our curious SLU members that are looking at this and examining it critically and exploring the possibilities. So this is great. Keep your thoughts coming in, because we love to hear them. We are looking at them. So thank you.
Now, a sad thing is going to happen here. Well, a combined thing. One, at some point, our friends at Griffith are going to decide, all right, they're tired of overexposing the upper left of the moon. Now that the moon has emerged from totality, it's way overexposed. Notice on the top, you don't see any detail. So they're going to decide at a certain point, all right, we're going to change the exposure to reacquire detail on the moon. And then when they do that, they'll underexpose the Earth shadow again, and then we're going to go to blackness. You see this changing from moment to moment because the exposure is like they're kind of experimenting with it, and maybe it's on automatic. So I don't know the procedures that they're using, but at a certain point we'll lose the red color visually, but we will gain that weird shape of the moon. The shape will be clearer, because right now the bright part of the moon, the lit up part, now that totality is over, is kind of merging with the eclipse part, isn't it? It's almost hard to sharply define the part of the moon that's now in sunlight, and but that's going to change.
And there's an interesting thing that you can actually see is look at the position on the actual moon's surface of that bright region. About 20 minutes ago, we were looking, weren't we? And we were seeing Mare Crisium disappear, and it was cut off. And now that bright patch has moved around, and I think you can really get a sense of the position of the umbral shadow, because you can see that the moon has moved down from top, sort of where you are on the screen, Bob, down from that direction in through the shadow, and then it's kind of popping out now. And I think certainly you see right on the left-hand side, just where that very bright overexposed region is, you've got the sinus iridum there, and that, I think, is going to pop out into sunlight probably in the next few minutes, really. So you can really see that, as you say, Bob, totality has ended, I think.
And this is an appropriate time to bring up our next countdown clock. Any ideas as to what this might be for?
That must be the end of the umbral eclipse or partial eclipse.
You are on the money, Bob. Like I'm very impressed. We have our environmental report card that is yet to be graded, but I'm grading your answer there with an A+. So have that.
No, this is really great. These
Teacher's
are great
pet.
guys. This is this is a nice team here. I mean, these are real astronomers here. Um, so, our SLU members have got to be happy with this because, my goodness, and Eric, as producer of this show, you really covered all the bases by having feed partners from almost every imaginable corner of the Earth. To have this one clouded out, you would have almost had to have a supernatural, almost like Noah's Ark type global cloud cover. So this was good.
Thank goodness for Griffith. Is that that's why we have what we like to call our weather redundancies around here, where we have our feed partners from all around the world, and we want to make sure that if there's any place that has a small patch of sun that can see, or small patch of clear sky that can see this celestial event, that we're able to poke a camera or a telescope up there and show you what's going on there. That's our goal, and I'm so glad that we were able to accomplish this today. And again, I have to send out a big thank you to our SLU members for making this possible for us to be able to provide this feed to the public. And yeah, please do consider joining us if you want to be a part of our mission and support us and have more access to shows like these. Some of them nail biters, some of them more they're more reliable and like knowing exactly what's going to happen when, whether you like surprises or things that are going to be unveiled to you that we really know what's going to happen. They're there and available. And so we've officially passed totality here, and we're moving into the back half of the eclipse, but there's still a lot to be seen. There's a lot to be experienced here, and this is also a part where we can share a little bit with what SLU has experienced with past eclipses itself. So now that we've seen totality here, we also have some intriguing pictures of totality from other parts in time of the world that we can share as well. Lots of things to talk about and experience. And for this next segment, Bob and Will are going to get a little deeper into eclipses, reminiscing about eclipses and talking a little bit more about the science behind them. And so really, this should be a fun segment. So feel free to take it away, Bob and Will. Thank you.
Okay, well that's fun, and we'll continue to use our metric versus imperial units conversation as well. Well, I will mention something very interesting about the far side of the moon and the public commonly mistakes this. I just heard this on national television. Somebody talking about the dark side of the moon. Pink Floyd had an album with that title, The Dark Side of the Moon. And so let's again say, for people who don't know it, that there is no permanent dark side to the moon, just like there's no permanent dark side to the Earth. At any given moment, half of the Earth is in night, and at any given moment, half of the moon is in night. But that keeps moving around. On Earth, the period is 24 hours, and the moon, the period is about 4 weeks. But there is a side that always faces away from us. And I think the best way to think of it is, imagine the center of the moon. That is the part that's closest to us, typically about 218,000 miles away, surface to surface. Imagine a string, a tidal string, a gravitational string that's connecting the nearest part of the moon to the nearest part of the Earth. And if that string was rigid and held it in place, then you've got what's really happening, that one part of the moon is always going to be facing us. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't rotate, because as the moon orbits around us, when it's on the other side of its orbit, then that side is still facing us. So it's got to be spinning during one of its rotations. But there is a permanent far side that was never seen until October of 1959, when the Russians, as bad luck would have it, sent their first spacecraft called Luna 1 there with cameras blazing and took the first pictures. And boy, did we get a surprise. As we're watching this eclipse now live, what's on that side that we never see? Stuff that we couldn't have predicted. We imagined that the other side would be pretty much like the side we see. And as usual, we were wrong. I mean, for all we knew for sure, maybe the moon was just a half shell. Maybe it was just like like with 2x4s, holding up like a false prop, like in a Hollywood movie, and it wasn't even a full sphere. Actually, that was considered kind of unlikely. We thought it was going to be a sphere, but we weren't surprised for the lack of Maria or blotches on the far side. The far side has almost no solidified lava seas, and thus we see a lot more areas that were never drowned out by lava, full of craters, a lot rougher material. And then the Russians used their prerogative as first-time explorers of that to name every little valley, rock, crater, mountain, and everything on the far side with Russian names. Some of them like Tchaikovsky, but some of them pretty little-known characters in Russian novels and things like that. And this little bit of an embarrassment to have all Russian names on the far side pretty much keeps that out of U.S. Books. You won't find a lot of astronomy books that have photographs and labels of all of the far side. Some do, most don't, because it's 100% Russian. So just thought you'd want to know that two very different hemispheres. We're looking at a body very kind of unique in that in that way. Although Earth, you can say that if you turn a globe of Earth a certain way, you'll see almost all water. If you hold it so that you're looking at the Pacific Ocean and stuff, you'll see a watery hemisphere, and the other hemisphere has a lot of land to it. So I guess we too are a celestial body that has two very disparate, different hemispheres. Will, over to you.
Yeah, I was thinking you actually got me thinking about the nature of sort of exploration and what it means in sort of changing our views on the universe. Because, of course, amateur astronomy, we've always been looking up at the sky from the surface of the Earth. And you were talking about the far side of the moon, and you got me thinking about the ancient Greeks. Because, of course, you go back to the time of Aristotle, and he thought that the moon was like this perfect, unblemished sort of sphere. And we have to remember that only just a few decades ago, with the Apollo missions, that was the first time we actually saw the surface, really got that sort of up close view that we're so used to seeing from the surface of the Earth of, like a beautiful landscape of mountains, valleys, things like that. And it got me thinking about, the way that we look at the sort of the illumination of the planets. It's very Earth, but by its nature, we're very Earth centric, aren't we? Because that is our view of the night sky looking out. When we see the phases of the moon, we kind of think, oh, the moon is changing, but it's not. It's just this really fascinating interplay between dark and light. And you see it on other planets, don't you? You see it with things like, when you look at the pictures from Cassini, you see these beautiful shadows and the way that the light scatters off Saturn. I don't know if you had any thoughts about that yourself, Bob.
Oh yes, absolutely, and you're so right. It's we say celestial, but eerie, unearthly. It takes people out of their earthly cares too, and away from politics and all the things that we're used to. I want to point out that our live view now still shows the last remaining bits of the red, the coppery red of the umbra. And this is also, now we're going to soon leave the period of strangeness of the lunar shape. Right now, the part that is lit up has a shape that's very different from a normal crescent moon. You'll never see a phase that looks like that, where the moon looks like that. But in another 20 minutes or so, the moon will start to more and more, as the illumination spreads around the limb, it'll more resemble phases that we see each month. Another thing we discovered, Will just brought up the spacecraft visits to the moon, is that we finally were able to analyze the moon's material. And a lot of people still don't realize that the moon is half oxygen, and then another quarter is silicon. Not to be confused with silica or silicone or implants or anything like that. Silicon, the element silicon, but fully half is oxygen. And since our bodies are at least half oxygen, more than that, most of our body is water and H2O. Water has a lot of oxygen, and almost all the other things are oxygen too. So just to point out that when you get let's say coyotes are howling at the moon, what we're really experiencing is oxygen howling at oxygen is really what's going on. And we never knew this about the composition of the moon, that it's more friendly than we'd think. It's one of the reasons that if we do go back to the moon, Will, as you know, we can use the otherwise hopelessly dry soil, although there's more and more evidence that the poles of the moon are deeply
Mm.
shadowed and have ice because they're not touched by sunlight. We can exploit that ice. We can exploit the oxygen in the soil. We can exploit the abundant sunlight. We're going to have to deal with radiation because the moon has no magnetic field, no magnetosphere to block radiation, no atmosphere to block radiation. So, let's not over romanticize the idea of being on the moon. Living in Antarctica would be a lot easier for life, a lot more life friendly. At least you can breathe the air there. This is a perilous, dangerous. Anytime your technology goes wrong, you're dead on the moon. So those people thinking about, well, we've got this spare world out there that we're watching now on SLU, and someday we can colonize it. Not quite that easy. It's a perilous place still. We may still do it, but people aren't exactly lining up to live in Antarctica or on the top of Mount Everest or deep under the oceans. And those are potentially habitable if you have the right technology. Nobody's in a hurry to live in those places, and yet it would be a lot easier to live, to create the things you need for life in those places than it would be on the surface of the moon. The moon is a risky place.
Mm. Yeah, and it's funny what you're saying about the lunar poles, because they're one of the most interesting regions, aren't they, really, from a space exploration purpose? Because, we're talking about a shadow here on the moon, the Earth's shadow. Well, those shadow regions, they don't get any of the sunlight. Some of them are permanently shadowed. And one of the interesting things in recent years is that probes like the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which we were talking about earlier in the show, they've actually identified, these craters where there's very, very likely to be sort of subsurface ices and things that we can actually use for things like rocket fuel and maybe life support systems. So in all of this, we're all talking about light and shadow and light and dark, and it may be that actually the shadows on the moon give us one reason to go and explore there.
Well said. That's well said, and quite right. That's because the tilt of the moon, it just happens to be sideways to the sun. It never points one pole or the other, unlike the Earth. You can't have on the North Pole or the South Pole of Earth a place that naturally is always sun-free, but you do on the poles of the moon, and they're like vampire lairs that never get sunlight. So once you have ice, well, there you go. You can disassociate it using, let's say, solar panels into the hydrogen and oxygen. That was the fuel for the space shuttle. Unfortunately, we saw that demonstrated tragically when the Challenger blew up. That big cloud that enveloped it was actually just steam because the hydrogen and oxygen fuel recombined. It was really just a cloud. It was steam. That's what that explosion was producing. So we can produce steam on the moon with and water to drink, water for fuel. Water is the biggie. Will knows this very well, that at 8 pounds per gallon, and I'm probably getting to him with these pounds and the gallons things instead of liters and kilograms. Or 60, I think it's 64 pounds per cubic foot. I'm going to go on and on with these imperial units. It's heavy. So, and since we humans need it, even if we're not using it for fuel, we need it for life. And hauling water to the moon is it's almost a Sisyphusian, task. You're going to use it up. It's too heavy. It makes it impractical. But finding ices on the moon. It started with the U.S. Army's Clementine mission, which first detected the signature above these craters on the moon, and then more and more the L-Cross mission, and now the Lunar Reconnaissance. Yes, it really looks like there's ices there, and that's going to change the whole picture, because once you've got ice and you can exploit that, there's nothing more valuable than water on the moon. You still got to deal with that no air business and high radiation flux. It's been calculated that an astronaut on the moon in a 2-year mission, if you're a colonist, the radiation would destroy somewhere between 15 and 40% of your brain cells in 2 years. So astronaut Shannon Lucid, that's the U.S. woman astronaut who spent more time in space than any other, she's particularly on an anti-radiation or warning people about radiation crusade, and warns us that the moon, as we watch it continue to emerge from the shadow during this gorgeous eclipse, and more resemble a sort of the kind of crescent we might see monthly. The radiation on the moon might be one of the real problems. There are some technical ways around it, and probably the most promising is that it's recently been found that instead of lead or huge amounts of water to hide under, there are certain types of foamy plastics that can actually shield from radiation. So you could hide there and get some protection from it, but it's
And of course,
it's a pretty
the
brutal
moon
place.
Yeah, the moon itself provides a couple of environments, doesn't it? Because I read a paper a while back that said that there are these collapsed, well, not quite fully collapsed, but old lava tubes that go underneath the lunar surface. And there's a potential that, we might be able to build underground bases because, of course, if you have, several feet of bedrock or basalt above you, they provide a good radiation shielding. So who knows? Maybe we'll be living underground rather than have one of these sort of shiny space bases. Maybe we'll have sort of underground, subterranean, as it were,
That's
moon
interesting.
bases.
And for those who are curious, the surface of the moon is almost entirely covered with what's called regolith, which is a very, very fine, powdery, silicon-based substance. That's because the moon's been hit by countless tiny micrometeoroids, like little hammers of the god Thor, just hammering on the moon's surface. So it has the consistency of talcum powder or baby powder. What do you call it in England? Talcum powder or baby
We
powder?
call it talcum powder, yeah.
Okay. Well, that consistency, and the astronauts reported that when a little bit of it leaked out of their sealed container, it actually had an unpleasant smell to it. Or
Like
maybe he
gunpowder,
was
wasn't
just
it?
he was just smelling. Buzz Aldrin was smelling Neil Armstrong's socks after a few days of the trip. I don't know, but they reported that it's actually a little bit unpleasant. But
Yeah.
any case, that's the moon is covered with this powder, and then beneath the powder you get this very odd kind of packing job where they had a lot of trouble digging poles in and doing experiments, and of course planting those flag poles. On that first one they put the U.S. flag in to the ground, which promptly blew over when they took off, and they used their ascent stage to take off because they couldn't get it in very deep because there's no air on the moon, and therefore, unlike earthly soil that has some air mixed in with it, and that helps you kind of shove things into the ground here on Earth. You don't have that on the moon, so it's it's a tougher job. So once you get under that regolith region, and you get to firmer things, it's very interesting that there might be tunnels or passageways, and that our future might be to scurry around. The thinking now is that China may do it almost before anyone else because they've got money to burn. They're looking for prestige, and the Chinese seem up for a trip to Mars or to the moon where you don't bring the people back for a while, and it's a lot cheaper if you go just one way, of course. And so it may be that the next food on the moon won't be Tang, or fresh, dry frozen ice creams that we brought. It might be, like General Tso's chicken or something like that on the moon. Be interesting to see who does this. And of course, the other movement towards going to the moon is in the commercial realm. There are people with enough resources, funds, to sign aboard. There's 700 people waiting online for one of it's either SpaceX or its competitors' company, where they might want to do that. So very interesting to see what's going to happen in our lifetimes.
Yeah, and it was interesting you mentioning about the regolith because it's only in recent years that we've understood and discovered that actually it has very tiny amounts of water in it as well, isn't it? So there's some ideas that maybe we could sort of somehow harvest the regolith and process it, not just extract that water, but then turn it into building materials, almost like concrete here on Earth.
I don't think there's much of this. I know of those just about 800 pounds of moon rocks we brought back that all the samples were perfectly anhydrous, meaning bone dry. There are some places where comets have crashed on the moon in all the eons past that have delivered a little bit of water. So I wonder what the concentration is, Will. Do you know
Mm.
if that's a high enough concentration to
This
be
was
able to exploit in a realistic way?
Yeah, I'm remembering back a couple of years now, and I think someone said that if you could harvest something like a cubic meter of lunar regolith, so quite a lot, you could get just under a liter of water, I think.
Well, that's quite a bit.
So
That's quite a bit.
it's a fair bit, I guess. But I think, in terms of processing power, it'd probably take a lot of machinery. I thought I read a NASA study that said that we could somehow microwave the regolith and sort of extract the water that way, but maybe that's fallen out of favor now.
Well, I like the idea of bringing our modern stuff up, microwaves and stuff like that. I was actually in Asia when we sent our first mission that had the lunar rover on it. That was 14, 15, it was 15, Apollo 15. And remember, we were driving around on the lunar surface, and it was an Indian man looking over the newspaper over my shoulder who looked at me and said, "Can't you Americans go anywhere without a car?" So the idea of bringing more of our technology, yeah, let's bring microwaves and all the rest. You know what? Let's talk about 2 weeks ago. Of course, we're looking at this wonderful eclipse, and just 2 weeks ago, there is somebody that I know who actually went to the Faroe Islands, and though it was almost entirely overcast, and all the media said, they were downcast, we didn't see it. There was a tiny percentage of people that happened to be in the right place and saw the total eclipse of the sun. And same objects that we're looking at. This is an eclipse, of course, of the moon that involves the sun, the moon, and the Earth lining up. The last time they did that, when the moon was half in orbit around, it covered up the sun. And Will, do you know anybody who went to the Faroe Islands and had success?
Well, yeah. I mean, we did. We were very, very lucky. A group I was leading, yeah, we actually managed to get a gap in the clouds at just the right moment. So we were
And
very, very lucky indeed.
yeah, I think we have an image of that, do we? I think we have one that we can actually show people, and it's one of the few because it was going to be a very low probability. So that's because we're talking about those three celestial bodies that we care most about, that the only ones that influence our lives, really. I know astrologers think that Pluto and Neptune, the position, plays a role in our lives, but no astronomers entertain that for a moment. But the sun and the moon and the Earth, inarguably, those are the objects. And here we are in a period of time where all three are performing their acts over and over again. So if we have any images of that, I'd love to share that. I'm not sure if we have that already scrolled up as we're watching
Maybe we don't
the.
have it, but yeah, it seems like a lifetime ago, actually, doesn't it? It was only in a matter of weeks ago we had that live show on SLU with Paul and Eric in the Faroe Islands looking at it. But yeah, it was an incredible experience, and like you say, it's the same sort of the dance of the planets, the moon and the Earth moving around to create it, and it's remarkable. I just think that the total solar eclipse is caused by that incredible coincidence, the fact that the moon is 400 times smaller than the sun, and yet the sun is 400 times further away, and yet here we are looking at the Earth, the Earth's shadow stretching out into space, and I think you can really get a sense of that in the image we can see here of the edge of the Earth's umbral shadow. But I love this animation because it really gives you a sense of of what's going on as the moon is going around. Look at that.
Yeah. And,
And,
and we
Bob, it
occasionally
really
hear
shows
people, people ask us, of course, as astronomers, is that a coincidence or is that some kind of divine intervention or is it, what's behind the fact that we only have two disks in our sky, the sun and the moon, and they both appear exactly the same size? I mean, one, you just said it, is 400 times farther away, but it's 400 times larger. So they both appear the same size. That's why the moon could just perfectly cover up the sun. So is there a reason behind that? Another thing people say is it a coincidence that the moon's rotation and its revolution, its month and its day, are exactly the same, 27.32166 days, or is that some kind of freaky coincidence? And the answer to both is that the first example, yes, that is a coincidence. It's true of no other planet and its moon, where from any other surface of the planet you see a moon looking the same size as the sun. In fact, our SLU members often look at Jupiter, and we love watching Jupiter's moons cast their shadows on the surface of the planet's cloud tops, and it's very obvious that they don't match. In other words, you would not see the moon looking the same size as the sun from Jupiter, from Saturn, from anywhere else. But here we do. But in the case of the moon's rotation matching its month, that we see on every other moon. Every other moon of every other planet also has its period of rotation match its period of orbit. In other words, it's a tidally captured or synchronous rotation. So that one is common, and there's a good explanation for. The other one is just a fortunate and bizarre coincidence. And the fact that that's the case, since the moon's changing its distance from us, spiraling away from us, that it's the case that they match up just during the tenure in which we humans are on Earth. That's a wonderful thing.
Yeah, you were talking about tidal locking there, and it's not just in our own solar system. We found exoplanets that are very, very close to their parent stars, things that we call hot Jupiters. And a lot of those are tidally locked as well, so they only show one face to their star. So you get these exoplanets, these kind of alien worlds, where one side of the planet is incredibly hot and yet the other side is in permanent shade and it's very cool. So you get some very weird phenomena. So yeah, it's not just in our own solar system. We see this tidal locking all throughout the galaxy.
That's right. The only planet that's tidally locked currently is Pluto with its moon Charon. They both have the same rotation period of about a week. As I mentioned earlier, we will eventually, with our moon, we'll eventually be locked in. Our day is going to match the moon's month, and we'll only one half of Earth will have the moon in the sky. The other half will never have the moon in the sky. So if it's not happening now, there are processes that want to make it happen. As we watch the moon now continue to emerge from Earth's shadow, okay, here's what we're seeing now. This is what's unusual. We're approaching the time of the eclipse in which the edge of the moon's limb is approaching half of a moon, which is the way it looks every month during a crescent moon. And so it's now starting to resemble a little bit a normal phase of the moon. We see the outline of Earth's shadow very clearly, and the radius of curvature of that blackness reveals that the Earth is larger than the moon. You can see that the moon has a much smaller radius of curvature than the Earth does. The ancient Greeks had no trouble figuring out that this meant that the Earth is a sphere. I mean, you might argue that maybe the Earth is a disc, shaped like a dinner plate. But if so, it would always have to be aligned perpendicular to the sun to cast a round shadow. Only a ball always casts a round shadow. So they knew we were a ball. They knew we were larger than the moon. And Aristarchus even figured out the relative distances. So we're talking about a few hundred years BC when some of the people in the world, some didn't. There are many, I don't want to disparage the Bible, but the Bible talked about a stationary Earth. And and most cultures were still looking at a flat Earth and an unmoving Earth. But the Greeks pinned it down. They knew what was going on. Every educated person in Greece over 2,000 years ago knew the story, the same story we're seeing right now. I
And
mean,
if this is
science was
the
starting
breakfast
to
eclipse, I
prevail.
think we should name this phase probably the croissant phase. What do you reckon?
I think you didn't have enough for breakfast with those pancakes.
I'm getting hungry, aren't I?
Yes, yes, it's been so as we watch this around the world, it should be said that if you have daytime right now, forget about this in case you just woke up to this eclipse and you're joining us in the coverage. If you're seeing this, um, it's got to be night because the full moon is the moon that's eclipsed and it's always opposite the sun in the sky. So as the sun comes up, the moon sets. So if it's daytime for you, as it is now, for example, in the eastern part of the United States, automatically, forget it. The eclipse is not in your sky. If it's nighttime, anywhere for you, such as the west coast of the United States or Australia or Hawaii or Alaska, if it's nighttime right now, you do have the moon in the sky looking like this and do step out and look for it. And I think that comes close to wrapping up this little chat session we've had. Will, this has been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been great speaking to you, Bob.
Yeah, I've just been looking at your conversation as I've been back here in the production studio, and it's been just so fun to hear what you guys have to say. There's so much knowledge in this knowledge well from the SLU astronomers, folks. Like just keep listening because you will always hear something new that you have yet to uncover. And so yeah, thank you again for that great conversation. We're going to be heading deeper and deeper into this broadcast, and I love what you said, Will, with the croissant phase. This is the croissant phase of our breakfast eclipse. If you have if you've had croissants with us, share them on our social media. Let's revel in these phases as they come our way. We've had the one tweet about the Cookie Monster eating the eclipse, and so yes, all of it. We're loving it. We love what you're doing here. So thank you. And so to come up for our next segment here is we're going to have it's going to be a great conversation with Bob Berman and Sean Hess, the co-founder of Wanderlust. And so they're going to have a very fun conversation, particularly because, the Wanderlust, a Wanderlust event coming up being at the time of the solstice. So there's an astronomical relation to what Wanderlust is doing. And also SLU's going to be going to a Wanderlust event coming up. And so there's some great collaboration there. And so there's some great connections between what Wanderlust does and what SLU does. And so this is going to be a great conversation between Bob and Sean here. So I'll let you take that away, Bob.
Okay. Well, hi, Sean. Are you on right now with us?
I am on. Hi, how are you?
Great, absolutely great. I'm really looking forward to this because I'm sure you've been watching this eclipse, and this is the final of a series of events involving the sun and the moon and the earth. And the next one, I'm thinking ahead, well, what's the next real sun event that involves these celestial bodies? We've already passed the equinox. Well, it's the solstice. And that's when you're doing a Wanderlust Stratton, isn't it?
It is. Yes. We picked that event actually about 5 years ago when we started, but the date was actually chosen with that in mind. It's a date of, the solstice is I think while I can't say it has a specific meaning in yoga, it's certainly something that I think inspires contemplation and the longest day, something that I think people really think about in terms of letting light into their lives, and so there's a lot of connection and I think importance there for people.
That's lovely. And I think it's too understated these days because there was a time when everyone celebrated the solstice. Everybody knows about Stonehenge and the lineup of celestial objects. It used to be a big thing, not always a pleasant thing. The Maya used to toss their least favorite in-laws from the tops of pyramids during the summer solstice, making these sacrifices. So it wasn't always a pleasant thing, but people don't do drums anymore. I think local ordinances are, prohibiting the kind of exuberance of animal sacrifices and people sacrifices that we used to have. So what you're
Yeah.
doing is to line up this wanderlust straton that you're having with the summer solstice. I think that's a very cool thing. Why I know I'm coming, and I have other slew astronomers to do celestial events there. What made you decide that slew is a good fit for wanderlust?
Well, I mean, Wanderlust is it's a very diverse it's a very diverse experience. Our motto is "Find Your True North," which is obviously a navigational phrase, but really we see it more in the context of finding your path and your own journey in life and finding yourself through that. And I think that you can do that obviously inwardly through meditation and yoga practice. You can also do that outwardly, I think, contemplating the universe and really learning about the world we live in. And so I think having you guys there, the other part of that, of course, is really just that learning piece. And everything we do at Wanderlust is, while we think it's also a lot of fun, it is very also instructional in nature and participatory. So with you guys there, I think to lead a stargazing class, I think it's something that will really fascinate our attendees and really allow them to connect to that to the celestial skies.
That's great. That's great. I don't know if you know this, but in India, I mean, of course, yoga. You do these yoga retreats, and a lot of practices of this came from India. And in India, they believe that the most propitious time, the most beneficial time for spiritual growth is during the 6 months from the winter solstice to the summer solstice while the sun is moving north. So at the time of the solstice, during your event there, that the moment of the solstice, that period ends. So are you going to tell the participants, uh-oh, you missed it. You should have been meditating tomorrow. It just ended like 5 minutes ago.
Well, I think the keywords there are most propitious because even though perhaps maybe they're on the declining side of the slope, it'll come back around, and there's certainly much to be gained by sitting on your mat for 365 days of the year, even if maybe the bodies aren't quite as aligned.
Right. Anyway, at least part of, if not most of it, will be leading. I mean, the solstice will happen during this event, so they
Mhm.
can still squeeze in that period before the solstice happens. And that's also when
Absolutely.
and when the sun comes in at the strangest angles of the day and it reaches its highest point. There's a lot of symbolism there. So, are there other events that are solstice celebratory? Other than our explorations of the universe that SLU will be doing with you. We'll set up solar telescopes too, and do a lot more.
Okay.
But what else are you doing?
Well, I mean, I don't know. We typically celebrate it with, or at least sort of announce it and sort of have our party on our late night activities on that day sort of go a little longer just because people are up late. I mean, I think the Swedes have a great tradition still that's ongoing of celebrating the solstice, and we try to bring a little bit of that festive air into it. But a lot of teachers also are, whether it's specifically the solstice or just, we have Rod Stryker, who's a very well-known yoga scholar who's leading a class sort of inspired by the moon. And I think you'll find that sort of the moon and sun and, planetary alignment is something that many teachers pick up on. So I haven't really, to be honest, searched through. I mean, we have over 160 classes at Wanderlust Vermont, and I think probably if one gazed through the schedule, you'd probably find more than one that picks up on that theme.
Well, unless you're totally packed, I don't know if you are yet, but if there's still room, how would a person find out about it or contact you? Is there what's your best website or connection thing for our viewers to connect with? But if you don't
Yeah,
even have
well,
a bit of room, maybe we
Wanderlust
shouldn't even
is,
tell them because
we're
that would
at
frustrate them.
wanderlust.com, and we offer our events. I don't know if we've given an overview really of what we do, but it's a festival which features yoga, music, mindfulness practice, and then food and a whole host of outdoor activities by day. hiking, biking, running. They're all set in mountain resorts. And then at night, there's live music and arts and performances and entertainment and stargazing and many other activities. These happen all over the world. We have actually some in Australia and New Zealand, where I believe most of the people who are viewing this lunar eclipse can actually get the best view. And we also have them all over North America and Canada. And so the one in Vermont is in obviously over the solstice in mid-late June. But we have them before then and after them. So really, if you log on to wanderlust.com, you can see all of the events we offer.
Very cool. And reminding everybody, we're almost halfway through the partial phase of the declining end of the eclipse. The moon is moving out of the Earth's shadow. You can see Earth's shadow there, and it's approaching almost a half moon. The difference is that a real half moon, also known as the quarter moon, confusingly enough, in a real half moon, the shadow line is straight across. And we're never going to be straight across because we're seeing Earth's shadow cast on the moon. So we're always going to maintain that same curvature as the eclipse continues. Even when there's half a moon left, we're still going to see that curvature. Let me ask you, Sean, future events that may tie in with astronomy themes, do you have any in mind?
Well, there's nothing specifically in my head right now, but I know that we would love to work with you guys more. To be honest, from my personal history, I was slightly one of those kids who worshipped Edmund scientific catalogs and had my own telescope in my front yard. So it's great to see what the power of the internet and what you guys have really been able to do to really open astronomy to so many people. And I do think that this is this kind of information is something that our attendees would really love. So, hopefully we can find more ways to work together. We're always adding events, and it's very likely that some of them will fall over the equinox and over other periods. So, hopefully we can find other. Not that we necessarily need the excuse of a celestial event to work together, but it would be great to find more ways to do that.
That would be fun, eclipses, meteor showers. You're right. In addition to solstices or equinoxes, sure. Something just went by the moon, and I think it was an airplane. I hope we usually tape these events, and I would love to see that again. I know our producer may have seen that. It may have been an airplane, or it may have been just a routine UFO mothership. But something very strange just happened near the top of the moon. I don't know if you were watching that, Sean, just as we were talking about other celestial events and combining, meditation with that. So
I missed it, but I appreciate being on your live feed, because otherwise I would not be seeing this eclipse at all. I've been trying to find any view of the moon out my window, but I think it's already gone under the horizon.
Gone,
here in New York.
If I see sunlight on you, which I do, daylight on you, the eclipse is finished for you. Well, it was great talking to you, and I'm really looking forward to my first Wanderlust experience at Stratton. We're going to have a SLU team there to explore the universe, giant telescopes, and we're going to combine Earth and sky with what you do. Very exciting, and just keep up the good work. It's
well, likewise, you too, and thank you for having me here.
My pleasure. Thank you.
It was really just great to hear about that. Particularly, I think what really brought it home is that the relationship between humanity and astronomy, and then we see these two lines, these two streaks across this eclipsing moon, and so we see this imagery broken by man-made technology in a way, I say broken, but in a way that added to the artistry and the beauty of it all. I think it was really quite fantastic to see. I was just, my mouth was open as I was watching those lines go across, and I was realizing, oh, that's what that is. It was just, it was quite a magic moment, wasn't it, Bob?
Well, yes. Was that a plane? I think it was a plane. It looked odd.
I have not been able to confirm it just yet, but it looked like it, because it had those two sort of really distinct streaks, black streaks, which I would think would be it. But yeah, this is a great way to sort of transition through segments. Is that we never know exactly what to expect. There's always going to be something great and new in the feed that we can experience. And so I'm going to have a little bit of a talk with Bob over the next 20 minutes, where we're going to talk a little bit more about eclipses and also what we've experienced before in the past. We have some amazing sort of things from SLU's past, where SLU has experienced and observed eclipse after eclipse, and some of our great highlight moments. And for our members that really enjoy this stuff, there's more content to see in the clubhouse. So go back there and check it out if you're really looking into eclipses. But yeah, Bob, I wanted to sort of dig into your experience with SLU. I know you've been here for a while. You've been a loyal SLUie, and you've experienced quite a few events with us. And so I want to talk a little bit about some of those past eclipses that we've seen. Like, for example, do you remember back when we were the Google Doodle?
Oh, yes. Google, that's right. They used our broadcast as a Google Doodle for that entire day. And that was seen by, what, billions of people around the world. And
Here it is,
every
coming
time,
in.
yeah. Whenever you went on Google that day, there was the our SLU images of that eclipse. I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, it's just so fun, and I'm so glad we could, just contribute to that view, because just people being able to access the eclipse so simply. There's a real magic to be able to watch it live, but also just to be able to go to Google and just press play and to be able to go through that experience. I think is a lot of fun as well.
And there was a time, if I remember, that we broadcast one up on the giant screen at Times Square for everybody in Times
you're
Square
reading my mind, Bob. So we actually have this here. I just want to you're going to hear yourself talk. There's a great audio segment from you coming in here.
On December 21st, 2010, the moon ventured directly into the shadow of Earth. This rare totality on the day of the winter solstice, when the moon ascended to its highest point in the sky, fascinated the mass media and the public alike. The inky black shadow turned coppery red during totality, delivering an environmental report card about the condition of Earth's atmosphere. This type of eclipse unfolds in slow motion over a 3-hour time frame, and we are now seeing a SLU time-lapse presentation revealing its odd metamorphoses in a matter of seconds.
So, Bob, you talked earlier about how you coined environmental report card.
Well,
Pop quiz, where do you think I heard the term first, environmental report card? It was this video. It was this video right here.
Do you think I should try to talk like that, to do my pretend announcer voice all the time? Well, Eric, we're now seeing the final parts of the eclipse. Now, notice the orange color that is growing on the moon. This is not an artifice. I don't believe that our SLU feed partners in Los Angeles at Griffith Observatory are artificially coloring the moon to produce that orange, amazing color. No, this is happening simply because the moon is descending lower into the sky and is turning its normal orange color thanks to atmospheric refraction, plus a little Los Angeles smog. So that orange is again not an artifice. It's just the way it appears. I can't keep up that voice, that radio.
What gravitas you have, Bob! Like we need to seriously understand astronomy. I feel so deep within the universe as you speak about it. It's so great. But yeah, it's really great to look back on past eclipses and to hear you talk about them and to see what experiences we've had, and also to sort of use them as a contrasting figure for what we're experiencing right now, because we do have this unique view right here. And I also want to make a note to our viewers that this is our last surviving feed. We've had partnerships with Hong Kong, Australia, and all over the world here, and in Canada, but weather has conquered some moon set has conquered some, and this is the last one here. But this is also, there's going to be a moon set that's going to be experienced here, but it's going to be like a few minutes before the ending of the eclipse. We'll see how low Griffith can go in terms of viewing the moon, and so we'll get just about to the end of the eclipse here, and so it's going to be an interesting adventure to see how far we get into the resuming the full moon figure.
Very interesting. Also, now we are notice that the limb of the moon is now extending, at least to my eye, fully halfway around, maybe slightly more than halfway around. In other words, we have the view that's analogous to the quarter moon phase on the Earth, or the first quarter or the last quarter moon, with the main difference being that instead of a straight line, the moon, we're then looking sideways on the moon's terminator every month. This is 1 week after the new moon, or 1 week before the full moon every month. And we see the moon half illuminated, and the terminator is just facing us. It looks like a straight line. So here we see half the moon remaining, except it can't be a straight line because there's the Earth shadow on the edge. So even though superficially it may resemble a phase that we encounter every month, it doesn't. Look a little closer, and you can tell that something weird is going on. I would have loved to see what the real primitive peoples made of this. We already said that the Greeks properly figured out what was going on, that a round Earth was casting a round shadow onto a moon, that we're bigger than the moon. Aristarchus even figured out the relative distances. But what of the people who had no idea that it really looked like a bite, a scary thing? Well, we're going to have another scary one coming up. You mentioned the tetrad, the fact that we're having 4 total lunar eclipses in a row, and the fact that they're
tetrad.
Yeah, crazy, and that they're visible from the United States, North America, Canada. Our friends in Canada too. Is also very strange. It means that just as Earth is spinning, we're on the right side, the correct side of the spinning Earth. And on September 28th, we're going to have the best of them. So this series is going to end on a high note with an eclipse that the entire United States will see. Our friends on the East Coast did not see this one because the moon set before the eclipse really got going. But that won't be the case for the next one. It's going to be a nice dinner time totality for people on the East Coast. It's going to be even earlier than that on West Coast. It's going to be a perfect eclipse. So September 28th, in case you just got up and you said, oh, I missed it. Well, you can always watch the Sleuth show, especially if you're a member. You can see all the amazing things and comments and guests that we had on. But September 28th, we get one more shot at this. That ends the series.
Yeah, and it's it's really going to be amazing to see the last of the tetrad in the U.S. and it'll be a great contrast. You were just saying it. It can be a hashtag dinner eclipse instead of a hashtag breakfast eclipse. So we can have our dinner food with this upcoming one. We can go around the clock, go around the meals, and get all that. And another thing I was thinking of as you were talking, it's so interesting to sort of compare the direct phases that we see monthly with what we're seeing here with the eclipse. And so, just a challenge I'm putting out to Sloom members. If you go into the clubhouse and you see this old show, maybe take some pictures of the moon through different phases and compare it to the phases that you see with this show. You can make a comparison chart. Even you can compare those images. So have fun with that. That'd be an interesting project. I think that one that I'd love to do personally. I'm happy that you're keeping us updated on these phases, Bob, because it's when does it look like what it is monthly? When doesn't it? I think that's interesting to delve into.
Yeah, and of course we're seeing the black shadow now. Again, it's black. If you weren't here for the very beginning of the show, and we wouldn't blame you. We're doing how many hours of coverage? We're doing the whole thing. What, 5 hours, 4 hours, something like that.
So we documented the penumbral sort of eclipse area. We documented the penumbral sort of eclipse area, and with that we also have done the total eclipse of about 4 hours of the umbra. And so with that, we're gonna have a bookmarks of about 5 hours total if you really came here early to watch it. So that's something that the people that like to marathon it can really do that.
That's right. And if you
So
missed it early on, note that the black shadow is really red, except the eye doesn't see it, and none of our feed partners can show it, because to expose correctly for the moon, not to burn out the moon and have it appear not just white but blurry because it's been so overexposed, that's what you'd have to do to bring out the true red color of Earth's shadow. So just to note again that it hasn't changed. It's not that Earth sometimes casts a black shadow and sometimes casts a red one. We're still casting a coppery red shadow, but it has to be underexposed in order to properly expose the moon right now. So that's why it invariably looks like a black shadow, except when it's very close to or during totality. So just to keep you posted on what's actually going on here.
And it's really it's fascinating to see. One thing that I also wanted to bring up is that we have another sort of crew of images from Slew of Yore that give a great comparison to what we're seeing right now, which is so distinctly yellow. So what does an older eclipse look like? This is showing that view right here of a 2011. Is it this one that you were covering, Bob?
Yep, absolutely. And notice the moon's orientation looks about the same from all three places, and that's because they're not too far from each other in the world. We're not seeing any of them in which the moon is actually upside down. And then, as now, we brought as many as possible. Of course, we use SLU's own observatories if the eclipse happens to occur at the correct place under them. Otherwise, our feed partners provide the images. So look at this. Isn't that great? And again, there's the familiar features. Will kept bringing up the little round dark dot that in these images is on the exact right side at the 3 o'clock position on the moon. Mare Crisium, the Sea of Crises. That's probably the least appealing of all the names. Just to its left is the Sea of Tranquility and the Sea of Serenity. And so, but crises, so we've been watching that and using that as a marking post for it. Now we're well past the halfway point, and we see the moon continuing in its travels at about 2,287 miles per hour. Not all that fast, when you think about it, about the same speed that the Concorde used to fly, supersonic. Not a particularly fast-moving celestial object, but very close to its dimensions. So its width is 2,160 miles, so it moves its own width per hour, and we're seeing that right in front of our eyes. As it emerges from the shadow, that means it will take about an hour from the moment it started emerging to when it's fully emerged. And from time to time, there we go, we've got a countdown clock to where the eclipse is over. Now, again, this is a period where it looks a little weird. It looks like someone took a bite out of a cookie, but it's going to turn even weirder during the final 10 minutes or so before the moon is fully emerged, because then we're going to have this really tiny, strange-looking bite, and that's, I'm sure, when the Maya and the other primitive cultures, they probably saved the moments when they threw their in-laws or whoever they sacrificed from their pyramids. I'll bet they didn't do that mid-eclipse, even though the Mayan astronomers were pretty keen. They were perspicacious, sharp sky watchers, among the best of all the civilizations of history. But if I were them, I would have saved those sacrifices for the weirdest part of the eclipse, and that's still to come.
It's really, so looking at this phase here, how can we compare this to any phase that we see from month to month?
Well, we can't, of course, because a normal banana-looking crescent moon, you see less than half of the moon. And here we're seeing fully half of the moon. It does look a little bit like a fat banana, but you'll never see a moon like this in the sky, obviously. If you do, call me right away. so we can let all of our members and listeners look up, because it means something that that we're not happy about is happening in space.
I
Something,
like
by
how
the way,
gloriously
something
yellow
weird
this
is
moon's getting.
happening even on these images. Notice that the moon that we're showing right now from Griffith, that's not real either. You know, we're seeing a shape that again belongs maybe in a psychiatrist's office or something. This is a strange shape, and I think what's happening now, Eric, is we're getting extreme distortion because the moon is getting so low in the sky. I think Griffith Observatory is starting to see the effects of the atmosphere. Notice there's a piece of the moon on the upper right just hanging in space. That's not right either, you know, unless the moon is undergoing some sort of cataclysm. And Occam's
It's breaking
razor,
apart.
yes, Occam's razor tells us that that's not really what's going on here. Oh, and there's another one. Look at this. We've entered like a new bizarre phase of the eclipse that has nothing to do with the actual eclipse, but has everything to do with our atmosphere. So maybe that's another topic worthy of discussion. For example, our atmosphere, when the sun or the moon gets low, a lot of people don't know this. It's already set. We see a ghost, a phantom, when the moon or the sun is sitting on the horizon. It's not there. It's below the horizon, because the air is so thick. When you look right towards the horizon, you're looking through 14.4 times more atmosphere than when you look straight up. 14 times more air. And so that much air bends the image of the moon or the sun upward by its own diameter. And that means when the moon or sun, if you're out on a cruise, or if you live in California where you have a nice flat ocean view toward the west and it's sitting on the horizon, it's not there, it's gone. And you're seeing a false image that's been bent upward. So here we're seeing right in front of our eyes some of the other atmospheric effects.
And we're seeing just it's so dynamic right now, and we've been seeing the color changes throughout the eclipse. Been seeing with totality the reds, the yellows, and this brilliant yellow here as well. And so thank you so much for really getting deeper into the meat of this eclipse and what's unique about it with me, Bob. I think this was a fun segment. And so yeah, you know, moving right along. I'm going to invite here Will at this time to join me as we're going to be counting down to sort of the end of the eclipse. This is going to be a precarious segment here because we're getting to the point where we're not quite sure how low on the horizon that this Griffith is going to be able to handle. It's going to be a bit of a astronomical limbo, how low can we go sort of situation. But I think that's part of the fun. We'll have a little bit of a celebration here. We can shake the maracas. We can do what we need to do. Yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts on this moon, Will? I sort of brought you in sort of a unique point where it's looking pretty unique, I guess. I keep wanting to say.
I think what we're seeing here is actually that probably the moon is setting on the horizon. I've just checked from Griffith Observatory at the moment. The moon is about 4 degrees above the local horizon.
Oh,
so,
wow.
I mean, I don't know if that's clouds or maybe it's a nearby tree very, you know, blocking the view. But we've seen, you know, all of the total phase and the vast majority of this phase where we've seen that umbra taking that big bite out of the moon. So I don't feel cheated anyway. I feel as if we've had an incredible few hours. I mean, it's remarkable to think that we started this broadcast.
Will, exciting. So just coming in from Australia, we have something to see.
Ah, there we go.
Wow, very good.
And so you know, maybe even when Griffith ends, so Australia this whole time over in Queensland, these great folks have been fighting the clouds, and so we've been seeing it intermittently popping in and out, and so there's this chance that it'll stay here, but you know, we're seeing the clouds sort of move a little further into it as we speak. So this will be an adventure as well, whether or not we'll see sort of the end of the eclipse from this location. So this is live from Queensland. We still have the very ends of the eclipse from Griffith Observatory. And again, thank you to our wonderful members for making this possible for us, for allowing us to give the world these feeds for a day.
Yeah, remarkable. Is that what we were talking about earlier? That motion, you know, as the moon sets in one place, it's appearing over the horizon another. So yeah, lovely to see these views.
really is, and I like how there's a different orientation with the Australian one as opposed to our U.S. one, where look at how close that one is getting in Griffith there. It's getting so low, and
Yeah,
so
look
so you're
at how the
saying it's
moon is
about like 4
squashed as
degrees
well.
right now.
Yeah, it was. It's probably much less than that actually, but you can actually see in these images. Look at how squashed the moon is as it gets lower. The bending of the atmosphere distorts the shape of the moon, and you can compare it with this lovely view from Australia. And as we flick between them, you see that one is quite heavily distorted, and that's very typical of what you see when the moon's very low on the horizon, and you get very distorting atmosphere.
Hmm. Yeah, and we're getting so close to the end here. Let me just bring up our countdown clock. We have so less than 20 minutes till the end of the eclipse here. And here let me just get our faces out of that close-up view. It's a really big image of what this moon is looking like right now, and just that magnificent shadow going over the top left portion. We see it panning now.
It's gorgeous. Yeah, you can see all those lunar seas coming out into the sunlight, and it must be a remarkable view to be stood there on that edge, that sort of terminator between the edge of the umbra and that sunlight, looking back at Earth. And I wonder if they see any interesting sort of atmospheric effects. I mean, we have obviously had cameras looking back that have seen, passing into Earth's shadow. But what must it be like standing on a hillside, looking back there, and looking back and seeing the first rays of sunshine popping up through the atmosphere of the Earth? Incredible it must be.
Can I butt in here for a moment and just point out that occasionally our Australian partners are overexposing the moon, and during the moments they do this, we still see some red in the shadow. Can you see that? A few moments ago they did that quite a bit, and proving that the shadow is still red despite the black view that we get when we properly expose the moon. So there it is. There it is again. It's subtle, but it's still there, the color.
Just comparing it to the very ends of Griffith coming in.
Whoa!
There was see that airplane passed in front of the moon there at Griffith. Too late now, you missed it, guys. But there was a distinct plane in front of the moon.
Lots of things coming across Griffith's feed today. It's been so fun. So look forward to highlights coming out from SLU, because there's going to be a lot of moments to really accent and show again in slow motion, perhaps. So that's great. And so, I'm loving this close up where we just see the close up edge of the moon right here as it's ending this eclipse. Thank you to our feed partners in Australia for fighting through the weather. What a magnificent journey and adventure we've been on.
Yeah, and it's been incredible actually to share it with the people online. I was looking whilst you were talking to Bob, Eric, I was looking at the hashtag Breakfast Eclipse, and there are hundreds of people on there sharing their pictures of what they've had for breakfast, where they're viewing from. So hello to everyone out there. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's been wonderful to share it with you.
And yeah, there's just tons of questions coming in as you were talking about the hashtag. I was just looking through the hashtag, and so we have one question coming in here is asking from Jonah Wilbert is asking, are those shadows on the moon clouds? And so what we're seeing from Australia is we are seeing a lot of weather happening in front of the moon. You can see that haze that's sort of passing by the image. That's sort of a cloudy conditions coming in.
They may have been asking about the Griffith view, because the moon looked like it was blocked a little bit here and there, and I wonder if they were wondering if those were clouds blocking the moon, or if it was strictly, as Will was pointing out, atmospheric distortion because the moon is so low in the sky. Yeah, it's hard to believe, but when the moon is on the horizon, we're looking through 14 times more air than when it's high in the sky. So, of course, the atmosphere is going to distort it, refract it, bend it. It tends to squash it. Some people ask, this is a common question astronomers get, whether the large-looking moon, the moon always looks big when it's near the horizon, is caused by atmospheric distortion, and it's not. Atmospheric distortion does not make the moon larger, ever. What it can do is squash it so that it looks like its vertical dimension is not as great as its horizontal dimension, but it doesn't make it any larger. The moon illusion, which makes the moon look larger, is just a psycho-optical experience where we're used to objects on the horizon being distant. We know that from everyday life, that things that are, if we're crossing a hillside, we see a town far away with a church steeple, we automatically assign it a different size because we know it's distant if it's on the horizon. So we automatically do that when we see the moon low, and it looks much larger against earthly objects than it does when it's dwarfed in the huge hemisphere of the sky. I mean, the moon's only half a degree in size. The hemisphere of the sky is 180, so the moon is tiny when it's larger, when it's up high, and it gets enormous looking when it's near the horizon. The odd thing is that if you used an instrument to measure the moon's apparent size, a filar micrometer, you'd see that the moon actually is smaller when it's on the horizon, smaller, because it's farther away from you. You on your spinning Earth have rotated farther away from the moon by as much as 2% of the moon's distance when the moon is on the horizon. So it actually grows smaller when it gets lower and lower. But it sure looks the opposite. It sure looks enormous when it's low, doesn't it?
And so we're moving towards here our final countdown for the edges of the eclipse. It's not the moon becoming more eclipsed again in this image from Australia. No, this is being covered by some clouds here, and so we can see for comparison. Here's like the ends of the Griffith eclipse coming in, where it's, of course it's a very clear skies, and so yes, the moon is still being uncovered by the shadow. There's the edge of the moon being covered by the shadow in Australia, and yeah, it's not re-eclipsed. It's just covered by our always there, always hanging out clouds.
You know what I'm starting to think? I think Will had it right. Will was guessing that extreme distortion that we had before at Griffith, where it looked like there were objects in front of the moon and the moon was taking on really odd shapes. I think that perhaps were trees, unfocused tree branches or tree leaves that the moon was momentarily going behind, since it's so extremely low from there.
It seemed a little bit more solid than a cloud would at that point. So I put my vote in Will's camp too. I think we can throw our votes in that boat, Will, for you.
Usually clouds are in sort of horizontal layers relative to the horizon, right? But those seem to be at an angle, so that's what made me think that.
So yeah, here on Slew, our name is close enough to sleuths for us to be, our universe detectives. So sometimes that's what we do. We figure out what we're seeing. We analyze it. We see these interesting phenomena that happen live. Why was the color reddish yellow? What was happening there? What are these shadows on the moon? What is this thing that's going across the moon? Was it a plane? Was it Superman? Who knows? We're going to be on the case. We're going to look into it. We're figuring it out. And so that's what we're here for. That's what Will's doing. And so well on, detective.
It'll be interesting to see, actually, because I think the horizon should be
to guess
at an angle.
In other words, we make educated guesses, just like everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. So I reckon the horizon will be coming in sort of towards the sort of bottom right-hand side of where we're looking at an angle.
That would be fun if they can capture the actual moonset. That should be pretty dramatic, also.
According to my notes, I think
coming
that
already.
Oh, sorry. According to my notes, I think that the moonset might be about 5 minutes before the official end of the eclipse coming up. Is what I have. And so, if Griffith is really getting to the horizon, maybe we'll have about 5 more minutes of Griffith's feed here. And so I'm here in the studio and I'm looking at the Australian feed, which is completely clouded out at this point. But maybe we'll get breaks in the clouds. We have throughout this broadcast. It's been sparsely clouded. It's clouded in, clouded out. So.
And by the way, if they can do that, that's remarkable by itself, because as we know, our major SLU telescopes and most other observatories, I know of almost none that can bring their telescope all the way to the horizon. Usually there's a cutoff at 10 or 15 or 20 degrees. So if Griffin can really keep tracking the moon for another few minutes and show a true moonset that's pretty good on their part.
I think
That would
that's
be,
what we're
yeah, an
seeing in the
invention
view
itself.
now. I think that's what we're seeing in the view now. That dark line on the right hand side is the horizon, I think, and you can actually
Oh,
see that
wow.
because look at the edge of the moon, and if you follow around the edge of the moon, it appears to be rippling, almost like sort of you get the heat haze over a warm road on a sunny day. Well, it's rippling, and that's very very typical. You see when the moon or even the sun is very low on the horizon. Of course, you
Yes,
mustn't look at the
yes,
sun
and you're also getting
at all.
that you're also getting that distortion that I was talking about a few minutes ago, where look at the width of the moon, the kind of 1 o'clock to 7 o'clock axis or diameter. Look how much bigger that is than the other axis. In other words, the moon has lost its roundness, and now it
Oh,
has
and we're getting to
become
break-in clouds
oval.
here from Australia. Just pointing that out real quick. Gonna sort of flip through these feeds.
Yeah, I think
Griffith's feed is
I
so
think
cool.
that's it. That's moon set. Look how the moon has now changed from round. Another sign that
Mm.
that's a true sun moon set.
And so, gentlemen, this is Easter weekend, and the moon at the moon set is looking a little bit eggish. So I think it's very appropriate what we're seeing right now at the end of the eclipse, as we're leading into Easter Sunday. This is the moon sort of welcoming in that holiday appropriately. So that's what we have here.
That was pretty desperate, Eric, but okay.
How far am I reaching? 2 miles, a few feet? We'll see.
It's an
It's
egg
colored.
set.
It's a colored egg. I totally
Yeah,
see
no,
it.
no, I get it. I get it. Yeah, it is oval like an egg, and it's colored. Okay.
This is
So
so marvelous to see. Really speaks to the skill of Griffith Observatory.
that's right. However, that's not a true horizon because otherwise it would be in focus. A distant horizon, we'd see it. We'd see the distant trees. We wouldn't expect something like the Hollywood sign. That would be too much to ask. But I think what they've got is the edge of the building now interposing or something like that, or a nearby object because it's so out of focus compared to the moon. Don't you think, Will?
Yeah, it looks like that. I think that's obviously a nearby object. But yeah, look at that view. Look at that view from Australia. That is beautiful.
And of
And
course,
you
in
can really see
Australia,
the
the
difference.
moon remains high in the sky, and that accounts for the different color. Here we see the moon turning color almost to the same color it was during totality. That coppery red, except now we're getting the normal coppery red that you see at every moonrise and moonset, when the moon is shining through so much atmosphere. When you go to Australia, we see the white color of a higher up moon because the moon is quite high in the sky. Being in Virgo, normally would not take it very high from the United States, especially from Canada. The constellation Virgo gets only about 1/3 of the way up the sky, between 1/3 and
Oh,
one
sorry,
half.
sorry to interrupt, Bob. Just wanted to make a note here that this is the end from Griffith. We're just seeing the end of the moon vanishing completely from this view. So thank you to our feed partners from Griffith. And now switching over officially to our live view from Australia, where the clouds are parting for the time being. And so let's see, can we witness? There's 6 minutes left to this eclipse. Can we see the end of it? This is the question. And a battle against nature and seeing what we can see here. But yeah, absolutely a gorgeous adventure from Griffith, and more to come here from Australia.
I'm having real deja vu from chasing cloud gaps from a few weeks ago here.
Yeah, so I was saying that the constellation that the moon is in, Virgo, never gets up very high from any part of the United States, better from the southern states than the mid part of the northern states. But from Australia, it's quite a bit higher in the sky. And Virgo actually sits right above the celestial equator, so it gets highest from the tropics. And the moon is in Virgo, so this is the kind of eclipse that if you were on the equator or in Hawaii, which is only 18 degrees from the equator, this would be an eclipse that would be nearly overhead, just about straight up. Whereas here from the United States, it was a much lower eclipse and not as low from Australia, but lower than we had it here. And we're now starting to see the effects of the lower moon, a coloration here instead of the white that we were seeing before.
And just hitting below 5 minutes left in this eclipse, and it's really a coin toss as to whether we'll see the end here, just to the capriciousness and unpredictability of the weather patterns. It'll be interesting to see if we see the end with clouds there, and there. Oh, okay, so it's coming back in. It will be tough. I'll give it that.
Okay, well, here is where the announcers have to be creative. So, okay, we're looking at blackness. And what is black about the moon? We talked about the moon's temporary dark side, a place that you'd see more stars than you would from earthly skies because two reasons. There's a slight extinction, much less than people think, by the way. Earth's atmosphere is actually very transparent. And stars only dim. I wonder if you know this, Will. They only dim by 1/3 of a magnitude from a good sight on Earth compared to a view above Earth's atmosphere. Let's say if you were in the space shuttle, you'd only gain 1/3 of the magnitude, which the eye can't even see. So we actually get a very clear view in visual wavelengths through Earth's atmosphere.
I guess the thing there is that it's the wobbling of the Earth's atmosphere that we have to fight against as astronomers, isn't it? It's that as the light comes through, it's distorted and blurred. And so the reason why we have things like the Hubble Space Telescope orbiting is to get rid of that. So although the stars aren't dimmed, I guess we've got other things that we have to fight against.
Exactly. And then the other thing we fight against is air glow. The air, thanks to the ultraviolet from the sun, the atmospheric atoms are stimulated and they give off light all night long, especially about 10 degrees above the horizon. So the light from the glow of the sky is 10 times brighter than the combined light of all the stars. So if you got to the Australian outback or to the United States Southwest or any good desert, to the darkest possible site that you can go to, such as where the SLU telescopes are located on the Canary Islands, you're still going to get 5 times more air glow than star glow. And that's another thing that you eliminate if you could get to that other side of the moon. It's one of the reasons that the new telescope, the James Webb, is going to be parked so far away from Earth. I'm not happy that it is because the first time it needs a repair will be the last time we ever use it because we can't get there. I'd much rather we be able to get to a place with wrenches, put it up where Hubble was, but okay, the decision has been made to put it far from us, and the sky will be darker from there.
And so we're going down into the final, just about 2 minutes left for this total lunar eclipse. It's been a long day, and for those of you who have stuck with us, who have eaten breakfast, second breakfast, third breakfast with us, celebrating this eclipse as it went through, eating the croissant when it was at the croissant phase, eating the cookies when it was like it was the cookie monster biting out of the moon phase, all of that. Thank you for journeying with us here, and let's just have a really a celebratory countdown. It looks like it's very possible we might see through these clouds to the end. This is the time. This is the celebration. This is the ending right here.
So we've been here for full moon. We celebrated the moment of the April full moon, and the oddest eclipse. I think we can honestly say either the oddest of our lives, or the second oddest. I'd say it's probably the oddest because of that very, very strange coloration and unevenness of the lighting. So it was a unique eclipse that we got to see live, one that was really like no other.
Yeah, that little slither of light always seemed to cling on to the edge of the moon, didn't it? So it's a really interesting eclipse.
And I see they're fighting with different exposures, trying to see through this cloud bank here. And so I got to give it to these Australian feed partners. They're working hard to see the end of this eclipse. 20 seconds to go. It's just barely there.
And that ends it.
Well,
I'm,
folks, happy total lunar eclipse. This has been it. This is and thank you to all of our feed partners. This has been such a fun event and such an adventurous time. We've seen a lot of things I don't think we expected to see. I'd love to hear your guys' final perspective on this. How about you first, Will? What have you learned, gained, felt, consumed as breakfast through this experience?
I think it will always be that very unusual totality, that period where that light never really left the limb of the moon. That was interesting for me, but also this has been amazing to share it with everyone online. I mean, it's been wonderful to see so many people getting involved with the breakfast eclipse hashtag and sending in their pictures. So it's been a lovely. It really feels like a global experience when I see people from where they've been looking at the SLU broadcast or where they've actually been looking at the eclipse itself. So I think that will really stick in my mind.
And yourself, Bob, any sort of last thoughts, impressions on what we've seen today?
Well, I still can't get over the odd, uneven lighting. We were expecting an unevenly lit totality, but I'd say we got more than we bargained for. It was so odd looking that it was almost impossible to tell whether it was really total or not quite. We had deep oranges and reds going to yellows, going to whites at the top. Boy, we got everything with this. It was very visually interesting, very unique. I'll never forget this eclipse, really.
Absolutely. It's been so dynamic, and I'm going to love to see the time lapses that come out of this. Look forward to the folks that like to see time lapses or highlights. We're going to be producing those, and it's going to be a lot of fun to see the evolution of this eclipse go by really quickly. Even the live was so dynamic. What if we speed through it? And so you saw sort of an example of that earlier on in the show, where we were showing like the 2011 eclipse going on in a period of like a minute. So thank you so much again to our feed partners around the world, to our guests that came on to this to talk about this eclipse and their experience with eclipses, to Will and Bob for lending their expertise and answering questions on the show. Thank you to our viewers from around the world who have shared this event with us, and also thank you again so much to our members. Our members are the ones that allow us to put on these shows. They are our pillar of support and are the ones that we celebrate with all the time. And it's really great to have you all here with us. And I would like to leave you with a video of sort of SLU and what SLU does. For those of you who have stuck around so long, here's a little talk about sort of who we are and what we've done. And thank you again so much for tuning in. This has been Eric, Bob, and Will for SLU.com. Thank you again.
A huge part of SLU's mission is popularizing astronomy. That's why we decided to have an outreach beyond the robotic telescopes our members use. We became webcasters. Our shows reach millions of viewers worldwide, with some special shows reaching tens of millions. Here are a few of our favorite moments.
The last time Venus crossed in front of the Sun, the year was 1882. World War I lay 30 years in the future. Since then, no one had observed the nearest planet to us partially eclipsing the Sun until June 8, 2004. These images represent hours of live views compressed into a matter of seconds. One of SLU's most popular events was the total lunar eclipse of December 21st, 2010. This rare totality on the day of the winter solstice, when the moon ascended to its highest point in the sky, fascinated the mass media and the public alike. SLU assembled a team of astronomers and commentators, while its own observatory instruments, as well as remote telescopes, remained trained on our nearest neighbor in space as the moon plunged into Earth's shadow.
This is it. This is the minute of the solstice. This is it. 3 minutes after 6. Happy solstice, everybody. Happy solstice. There it is.
NASA and the world is becoming more and more aware that it might be a good idea to track near-Earth objects, hazardous potential impactors. And what is your next project? What do you intend to do with studying these planetary impacts and the potential for global catastrophes? What's next on your to-do list, Dr. Boslow?
Well, I'll tell you what I would love to do, and that's to collaborate with you guys. Because what I'm really interested in are these objects, not that are discovered way in advance, but the ones that are discovered on final approach.
Did your time in space, peering down at our home planet, change the way you thought about Earth's vulnerability, Ed?
Absolutely it did. It actually works both ways. It makes you understand and appreciate that the Earth is really part of something much larger, and you appreciate when you look at the moon at the same time as you look at the Earth, which you can get that view from space, that the Earth is hit by asteroids all the time.
Even after these 40 years. We're not going back. I'm not saying that that's bad. By the way, hey Matt, did we just see a plane?
Oh, I just saw a jet. Whoa,
yeah,
dude,
yeah, you did. Well, anybody who doubts that we don't have live images here, there was the proof of it.